Hey everybody. Yeah, it seems like hey, welcome everybody to the PMNC South Asia wildcard. We're back here for day 2 of our action, and it's gonna be definitely a beautiful day because yesterday we really saw some teams step up above and beyond with the likes of NB Esports, specifically a consistent performance on that day 1 to then come back and look ever so stronger now here on day 2. And hopefully that consistency is what we can see today, because day 2 all about that consistency to set yourself up and above in that top 5 mark. But hey, we'll have to see which teams are able to do so, and if some teams that we expected a lot more for, who did not necessarily deliver, are able to redeem themselves to a large extent. And I think I've got my guy RZ back with me. So what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm not quite sure if I'm back. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello,
yeah.
hello. Oh, okay. So I think I got I was facing a bit of a technical issue. I am sorry about that. I was coming in with a lot of experience, like a lot of energy, and like, oh, this is day 2 of the grand final. It's gonna be very interesting. And then here goes, like, nobody can hear me.
Yeah, of course, man. It's the tradition of having a technical issue. That way, the rest of our day is going to be picture perfect, and the matches are going to be picture perfect. So we're sure to have a splendid day today, RZ. But I was just talking about how certain teams really played beautifully yesterday. Certain teams did not really live up to the expectations. So today, do you think is a day of redemption, or do you think we can see the same teams continue their form?
I feel like it's gonna be some of those teams that have like SITM, the likes of NBS. They're definitely gonna perform. Maybe something might be changing from the likes of A1 and B from Astra Esports. They might be turning things, like notching things up a bit. Even 1952 as well. So that was quite interesting. But obviously, we're gonna talk about the format which will be right in front of us in a few seconds. It has been a very long ride, ladies and gentlemen, as we have explained it a few times before as well. We started long like 25th November. Then we had like in-game qualifiers, which are like thousands of participants. Then we got to the group stages, like it has 22 50 16. Then we had like 8 groups in 128 teams. Then we got 4 groups 64 teams. Then 4 groups 32 teams into the quarterfinals. Then we had 16 teams in the semi-finals. 11 teams qualified into the grand finals, with all 5 teams being invited from the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So yeah, finally we are at the last stage of a wonderful tournament. It has been a very interesting ride, CA.
Oh, most definitely. Like you said, it's all about, though, that final symbol on the screen. The idea of making it to the PUBG Mobile Pro League is what every single one of these teams out here are playing for, to a large extent. And I think for them, winning this prize pool along the way will be a crucial motivator as well. $30,000 up for grabs, and just by being in the grand finals week, all 16 of these teams have secured a small portion of that prize pool. But it's all about which teams are able to make that 1750 cutoff, get the PUBG Mobile Pro League, a decent chunk of money as well to celebrate getting into the PMPL, and then make their way. But hey, we'll have to see which team especially is looking like the favorites for that $10,000, because right now it looks like NB Esports have really stepped up.
At the same time, the difference between the number 3 and number 4 is something that is very interesting to me right now. Like, for example, if you jump from 10, it's like a double. Obviously, you get $1750 more if you have like one more position. So that's like a substantial increase. At the same time, if you go from number 3 to number 2, that's like $1,500 increase for you. But we have the point structure in front of us. It has been followed for a long time now, and everybody is very accustomed to it. It has like 15 for the chicken dinner. We got like 12 for the second position, 10 for the third, 8 for the fourth, 6 for the fifth. Then we have 4 to 1 from 6 to 12. And if you fall anywhere between 13th and 16th position, you will only get 0 points. At the same time, we have only 1 elimination point for like obviously a single elimination. So that is at the same time very great. And I feel like after this, a lot of teams have just started getting a bit aggressive, started getting for those who go for those rotations as well, early rotation, going for those early clashes as well. This is what we saw yesterday as well. A lot of those teams had like fighting again and again to reach the first part of the circles.
Yeah, exactly, right. And through these teams, the teams to really look out for me today are the teams that perform brilliantly, of course, which is the NB Esports, the likes of SITM, and the likes of CL Esports to a certain extent, but also teams like Bad Intention X, like Stronger, like Victor Gaming, all teams here, RZ, that we expected coming into this Grand Finals week to at least have a decent showing, if not a strong showing altogether. But these all three teams have had a bit of a down run of form. Now, Bad Intention X was the solo one to somewhat recover it as we neared the end of yesterday, and I wonder if they can continue and actually make this day their redemption day and push it back. But another team that I'm curious about is actually A1NB, our first ever chicken dinner winners in the Grand Finals week. It didn't look like they went as strong in the coming up in the next games.
Obviously, they came up with a huge confidence. Obviously, they got the chicken in the first game, but the rest of the performances weren't exactly up to the mark as compared to their first performance. But as we talk about team CL Esports, team SITM, they have been consistent throughout the whole day. But one thing that we have in front of us in our screen is like Victor Gaming, Equinox, team Stronger Esports, RGC Opex, even up to some extent team Classic as well. These are the teams that have not been able to do a lot. They haven't been able to quite make their mark. They haven't been able to secure some good games for them as well. Even MAKPEN as well. Obviously, they came close. They came very close in a couple of games. Even in the map of Sanhok, they were looking really good. At the same time, they got eliminated at the hands of team Astra Esports. But I feel like this is the question that will still exist for these teams. MAKPEN, RGC, team Classic, team VG game, team VG. These teams, like, can they come back into the day number 2? Can they do some kind of dent? Or these teams that we have seen perform on the yesterday, are they just gonna go ahead and absolutely dominate everything?
Exactly right, and to see teams like Stronger and Victor at the bottom two, I am sure a lot of their fans as well as the neutral audience will be surprised, because these teams had a brilliant semi-finals week. But similarly so, we see Gremlin Storm and TRZ Esports towards that bottom half, two of the invited teams, just not having the greatest of starts whatsoever. And for Gremlin Storm, most of their bad games associated with their early drop clashes with CL Esports. So coming into today, I want to see RZ if that is going to change at all, if Gremlin Storm start going towards different drop locations just to avoid CL Esports, who have been looking like a brilliant team in the top 3.
Obviously, at the same time, they won that last clash that happened on the map of Sanhok. They won that. They lost one they played. Yeah. So that was a good start. No, that was a good early clash. Only one go of the good early clashes, but that was the last one. So might just go for those clashes again. But Astra Esports with a wonderful chicken dinner, getting 30 points. They jumped to the number 6 right now. They have 51 points. Obviously, they are very coming close to the qualification. They have to stay in top 5. But look at the competition between Astra, Team A1 and B, Equinox 1952. To CL Esports, like 7 to 8 points, and you can jump from 7th position to 3rd position to 2nd position as well. Or one chicken dinner from B Esports, and they are number 2. Team NB, they have a huge lead. Obviously, they are like 2 to 3 games ahead. But something needs to be done at the same time about them if you want to be the champion. At the same time, something needs to be done about you if you're not like in the top 5.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, like you said, right, it's a very small gap between number 2 all the way towards number 6, so it's going to be funny to see how much things change in a matter of a day. But I think NB Esports have most certainly secured, if not like a spot in the top 5 itself, I would say at least a spot in regards to the fact that they will be able to take matters into their own hands to decide now if they qualify for the PMPL. They don't even need to have as good a day as they did in the first day, as long as they have consistent performances all across. Even if they finish top 5 in every single lobby starting now, I think that's a guaranteed PMPL spot. And all in the back of that guy, Fizzboy had a brilliant day 1, man.
And the back-to-back performances coming from him on the map of Erangel and Miramar, the way he sniped the chicken away from the mouth of SITM, that was absolutely spectacular. But we have seen Rogue at number 2, then we have A1 and BK9. He had a wonderful start to the day, but he exactly couldn't keep the momentum. Then we have obviously Bad Intention Math coming up on the last game, getting those 5 wonderful elimination and securing himself a place in the top performers. But let's see, can he keep doing that? Will he be able to build the momentum? But we have the match scheduled, Grand Finals day number 2. The map of Erangel will start real in a few moments. Then we have map of Miramar, then Sanhok, then we have the same rotation again. So this has been followed for the most of the tournaments at like 2 Erangels, 2 Miramar, then 2 Sanhok.
Yeah, this of course our standard rotation, and yesterday we saw a lot of variety in terms of what we saw across these rotations, where our first rotation was a lot more interesting with certain ridiculous circles coming into play. Our second rotation a lot more standards and teams a lot more cautious because they started settling in to the grand finals week overall, and I'm expecting that to continue on to today, RZ. I think it's going to be a lot more standard in the way we're going to see our games, and teams are going to be a little more cautious because they won't want to throw away the day 2 so easily.
And at the same time, we were talking about the picture of day number 2, how it's going to turn out. I feel like, as you mentioned a bit earlier, as we were discussing a bit earlier as well, it's just going to be the same things. Like maybe it is going to be SITM, Team NBAS, Team A1NB, Team 1952 coming up and performing in the map of Miramar and Erangel. So something that you mentioned a bit yesterday as well, that was quite interesting. The map of Sanhok, we have 2 of them. And that has always been a key point for teams that could not call, like that couldn't perform. We have 2 different teams that have been nowhere number top 5 come up getting those like wonderful 12 to 15 elimination and will secure that chicken dinner. ESPORT and Astra Esports. If it wasn't for the map of Sanhok and the way the maps are like generally the nature of Sanhok, I feel like they might not have gotten themselves into a good position.
Yeah, definitely, right? And I think that Sanhok, the fact that it can change everything up, it really spices up our lobby because we've got Erangel, which is the perfect balance. We've got Miramar, where the teams with the better macro in general, the better positioning, the better rotations, all consistently are able to find the chicken dinners. And then we've got Sanhok, where it's all about adaptability, about spontaneity, and the teams that have the ability to weather against the storm and weigh out all the odds and come out swinging, they pick up the win. So all in all, I think what we have got is a brilliant set of matches today to witness which teams come out. Now, we are going to head into the predictions aspect soon. And I think we've all just gone on the same boat right here. Not a surprising one, right, Arzi?
It's like we ride together, we die together, ladies and gentlemen. We got a bro code behind as well with the production, with all of our casters as well. So yeah, we're gonna go for the same teams, obviously. But unfortunately for the team that we have been supporting yesterday as well, they don't perform that much. As soon as we support some team, they go like, oh, they are the first one to get eliminated. So guys, don't get your hopes up for SITM just because we did so.
Yeah, and if SITM are the first one eliminated, it's not our fault. But yeah, I think SITM is the reason we're all expecting them to pick up the chicken dinner, is that it's something that eluded them yesterday. They weren't necessarily able to get it, but despite starting off game 1 yesterday with just 1 point, they finished off day 1 yesterday in the number 2 spot. So this is why we expect SITM to continue to improve as we move on, and hey, we'll find out soon enough. We're just about ready to head into the lobby. Now the question is, and we've only got one question here, what kind of circle are we going to see? Because yesterday in map 1, day 1, we got to see a very intense Sosnovka based circle. And hey, that's what I wanted. So how about today we get something that you wanted, RZ? Maybe like a Georgiapol circle? What do you say?
You already like going like, hey guys, get me a Georgiapol circle. Don't listen to my co-caster. This is my turn, guys. Listen to me. I want a Savani or maybe Stalber circle going to the north side. Is going to be different from Georgiapol. But yeah, they're looking at that plane path. It's a very interesting plane path for favoring the north part of the map, coming from Lipovka all the way towards the Georgiapol. We have Rozhok, Kyasnia, Polyana, Runes Hospital right underneath that plane path. Obviously, might have a circle that just falls under that plane path. But if circle goes towards the southern part of the map, just like yesterday, there was a military base. Is gonna get very intense and very messy.
I have a feeling we might get like a Gatka or a Quarry circle actually in this map, the way the flight path is set up and the way teams are likely to be able to get towards the drop. Now, the drop contentions are key here. We've seen a couple over the last day, and we've seen teams now get the opportunity to go back, understand that if it's even worth for them to take that early contention, or if they should just go to a different spot, a spot that is wide open. And soon we'll find out if teams have elected to make that change or they'll look to stay the course and pick up the fight. But we've got what you wanted, almost at least. The northeastern circle right here could definitely end towards Yasnaya or maybe even Rozhok.
Oh, it's going to be very interesting. At the same time, the main question that still remains with the circle, whether it's going to go towards Savani, Stalber, as you mentioned, or going to go towards the Yasnia, towards the mid of Pochinki. The areas of like shelter and prison is still in place, going to get very interesting. But most of the teams that they are already within the circle, they don't have to make some kind of big rotation just to find themselves a good spot.
Yeah. And teams right here will just look to, of course, like you said, play on that rotation. The Northeastern Circle does mean that we haven't really got too many teams going to Gutko or Quarry. Even the Georgia Pool team should find it easy to rotate. So it's going to be a bit of a slow start here to day 2. Actually, I say that as Cage has already found one. Of course, that was the straggler there for OPX and Equinox, off to a great start. And a team to talk about here, RZ, because Equinox, they had a great day 1. It always felt like they were on the edge of being able to pull out a chicken dinner, but it seems like only towards the end of the day they were able to secure it, and since then they've only looked better, especially Ligro here, one of the top performing members for Equinox earlier on today. And we'll have to see if they can continue this form, because in the semi-finals we saw them many times have a great day and then have an off day immediately after, so they cannot have that inconsistency coming into Grand Finals week.
And RGC, they are trying to rotate a bit early, but we were at the same time, they're not in a really great position. They're on the southeast side of the circle towards the Milta, and they have Gremlin Esports towards the south side, Team Stronger Esports towards the northern side, Team NBES playing those shelter areas. It's not going to be easy to find a safe haven towards the center part of the circle. Team NBS, I want to look out exactly how they perform. Okay, Equinox just found themselves like, oh, let's just get ourselves into a bit of like a water situation. They like just dumped their bike in the river, maybe sea, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, just going for those watery rotation, and they're going to go towards Nore Pinoy. I feel like just going out of your way to go to the Nore Pinoy and to loot that and coming back into the circle is just gonna take a lot of your time and will definitely not put you in a great position in the game.
Yeah, interesting decision here. They must not have got enough loot over there towards Milta Power, and interestingly, it's basically a split at this point, 2-1, where the rest of Equinox are coming through on the road towards Sosnovka Island, and they're going to run into Seal Esports here. And let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, Seal are not the ones to just leave a fight and disengage, right? We have many teams who will happily leave a fight and disengage for the long-term macro game to play for the placement points. Seal, no. They're one of the highest elimination leaders, with the exception of NB Esports, in our top table. And if they spot out Equinox here, this is sure to turn into a really spicy early fight for both of these teams, and one they'll definitely want to finish, especially since they're outside the zone. But otherwise, Yasnaya picked up by SITM in a brilliant spot to access any possible circle shift here, right here, RZ. They could, if it does end up like the Starburst circle you want, they could easily pick up high ground early. If it does end up into a circle along that river line, they could definitely have easy access to the bridge as well. So, great spot right now for SITM.
Obviously, and they have those areas easily to deal with, nothing contesting them. But Team NPS, they have left those areas of shelter right at the early part of the game and trying to move towards the center. And this is what I like about them. This is a team that you will always see making some of those early decisions and early rotations, and not doing what is normally being done by other teams. They don't wait for 8th or 7th or 9th minute mark, or maybe 7th minute mark as well. They always prefer trying to get themselves into a good position within the circle. Obviously, at the same time, their gunpower is really great. Their mechanical skills are on the par, and they have the capacity to defend themselves. But we have TRZ Mad Cat coming in as Soulless with a wonderful shot coming in from shotgun. He got him like with a one shot, take him down, and obviously he delivered the final 2 shots to eliminate it from the game. But that was an easy knock coming from Soulless.
Beautifully done. B Esports get an easy pickup, and again it's TRZ paying the price. TRZ, a team right now in the bottom 4 of the standings, as well as OPX, both of these teams that are in the bottom of the standings already off to a bit of an off start today, and it's what we expect from day 2. Usually it's where the teams who have performed well in day 1 really come back to hammer in their leads in day 2. It's really day 3, I feel like, where the redemption day begins. But hey, the sooner the better really for these teams, so they have to get it started, and one of these teams is Stronger. In the bottom 4 right now, but a lot more expectations from this team today. Can they deliver? Because they might just get access to a couple of free eliminations right here with the OPX caught out.
So, try to land some kind of shots on, or maybe deal any kind of damage, but was unfortunate to do so. So, is also a bit low on HP, nothing concerning for their side. They are on the side of Mansion, and after the 6-minute mark, they're also looking to rotate, trying to find themselves a good position in the circle. After losing 2 players early into the game, I feel like there have been no drop clashes, even with the Equinox just dropping next to Team Gremlin Esports in the Milta Power. I'm sorry, there was no clash happening on those areas. But for now, a lot of the teams are making the rotation. 2A is looking to rotate towards Severny. VG is right in front of them. There's a very slight possibility of a minor clash happening. So let's see if that works out. But it's not going to be easy for 2A because VG is already in a comfortable position.
Nah. I think teams, like you said, just settling in right now. And I really like NB Esports' position too. It's basically smack bang in the middle of the circle and close to that high ground that we see near school too, right? So it's something they could fight for if the circle takes a more of a centralized shift as compared to the likes of Victor Gaming and Astra right now fighting for northern control of the circle. And I think that's a fight they'll want to take early right here rather than if the circle takes a northern shift or even if it takes a southern shift and they have to rotate. And look, they're looking to do exactly that. Shots fired at each other, and Astra, a team that didn't have the greatest of semi-finals run, barely qualified, to now a team that has performed very well, especially with the chicken dinner yesterday, as compared to Victor Gaming, a team with immense potential for a very bad performance yesterday. And look, I think their first day performance affecting their decisions because Victor Gaming actually back off, and that's not something I would imagine Victor Gaming would have done before.
Team 2A on the other side, they realize the fact that there's VG in front of him, try to get out, but Domi, he's still in a comfortable position in the cover. Gone. That is a wonderful spray coming in from his side. I thought he was in a very disadvantageous position as there was no cover that existed right in front of him, but the spray coming from him, that was impressive. And damage also following up with a one knock coming in on Billy, and that's 2A in a deep trouble as they have only 2 players left behind. They also tried to rotate away TRZ. On the other side, they lost one of their players to be Solus, and now they have other team right in front of their team. Classic is looking to engage and looking to take this fight. At the same time, they have one person's advantage, have like also deployed a bit of smoke. Vanzi is a bit low on HP. He was able to pull off some kind of healing, but now with the 2 players coming from behind, it's going to be a 4v3. The only gap that exists between those 2 teams is a road that is separating them, but it's not going to be a wall of China that you cannot breach.
Yeah, exactly, right? And this fight's kicking off and TRZ under a lot of trouble. Classic, one of the most clinical teams from our fights yesterday, and this player, especially Kenoxy, had been popping off. TRZ under a lot of trouble as Momba likely to get cooked through by a nade. Oh, it barely misses for 9 degree now. Likely to get finished as well. Momba not able to reposition him. The lane, I think the third time will be the charm and they might just pick him up. But Dexter falling to the play zone this early. Wait, what? What?
I don't know exactly what happened, but on the side of Team TRZ, rear X and 90 degrees leading. Mombos also takes the fight. Is able to take 1 player down with a drop shot coming in, but has still, it's a 1v3. He's a bit low on HP, but at the same time, Team Classic is just trying to go for those knocks. It needs to be careful. They have the cover. Nade coming in from behind, and from the side of Kenny Oxy is able to seal the Teagle. At the same time, Team Classic is not happy with this outcome as they lost one of their players against it's in a 1v4. So Team TRZ was getting eliminated for sure, but losing a player, that was something they could have just changed in this outcome.
Yeah, not the greatest of outcomes there for Team Classic. They won't be happy with that, especially since they were very clinical in fights like that. Yesterday they would never lose a man. But hey, that's 3 eliminations picked up, so not too bad a trade. 1 for 3, it's something that in general circumstances you would take. So I think Classic will just have to make do right now. And on the other side, we've lost TRZ nice and early, and I must say it's looking quite dire for one of our invited teams here. Maybe not just one though, because we've got Gremlin Storm as well, still in the lobby but with 0 eliminations. I believe they're towards the eastern edge of the circle as well, so Gremlin Storm will have to see if they can be the one to upset the curve, to make their mark felt today and show off their might as the invited teams, and at least like to pull themselves back towards the first page of the rankings. But the circle's taking most of that centralized shift. It's again Yasnaya coming into focus as all teams scrambling from the south to make their entry inside. School, Yasnaya, Rozok, all valuable points to hold on to right now, and teams that are there, while they'll be happy about it, they'll also have to be wary because they could get attacked in a matter of seconds.
But still, the question that exists within the game, the big elephant in the room, is what the circle's position going to be. The major part of the teams are situated toward the main island, where there's Yasnia, obviously, Rozok areas, or maybe the outskirts of Ruins. Obviously, nobody's coming towards that. Maybe B is looking to rotate to those areas. But the major part of the map towards the north side is completely empty. VG is also taking a risk. Team Stronger Esports is playing it safe. They have like the northeast side, just like towards the Stalba. They're holding that and might just rotate towards the Yasnia. But in general, if Circle takes a shit, those bridges will be very difficult. The water area we might see some fishes in the water as well. But VG, if the Circle goes toward the other side, VG will be the one of the first team to get eliminated, as it will not be easy to come onto the main island later.
Yeah, it's certainly not looking like an easy task, but we'll have to see how the Circle takes its shift. Almost at that moment. Ooh. We're going to see where that drop is going to come out. Near Rozok, so actually very much accessible, especially since these shorelines are sure to turn into valuable points later into the circle. But in Yasnaya, SITM have a viewpoint on almost every single rotation, especially from the north, and they make OPX pay. And OPX, I must say, like RZ, not a team that has been looking great whatsoever, not the greatest starts. I'd say they had not a bad performance yesterday, but certainly not good, and today hasn't started off much better. But hey, another team in that line, Bad Intention X. Now, Matt, aka Dylan, he was really able to step up yesterday, but the rest of the team, I think, needs to step up to the mark today.
SITM, they got themselves a really great start where they have like a good position within the circle. Obviously, it's not because just of their rotation. Fortunately for them, the circle just situated themselves, like got themselves like just formed on SITM. As for them, they also got a one elimination in this game. Team Esports is just holding the areas outside of Rozok and School, and they are trying to rotate into the circle. SITM needs to be careful, as a lot of teams will be looking to rotate. And as I was talking about, they are doing a wonderful job at it. Ligro gets spotted, has been taken down, and Equinox had tried to rotate all the way from Norway Pinoy to Yasnia Poliana, and this is the first loss on their side. They're obviously in deep troubles right now, as Team SITM is looking very comfortable in this compound. They have been holding this compound for the last 13 minutes, and Team Equinox trying to rush is not going to be an easy thing to do, especially you're going up against one of the best, potentially the best.
Yeah, Equinox in a lot of trouble right now, especially because they haven't necessarily got advantageous positions to take fights from, but I think since they've got into the house, they might just hold in, knowing SITM is not the ones to go for that aggressive move. But SITM, they are inching closer. They don't want a thorn left in their sides, enemy behind their lines. So the smart move for them would just be to try and punch Equinox out. But they know they've got to play it smart. They know that Equinox have a lot of talent, can instantly turn things around. So they're just waiting for Equinox to make that first move, and I think that's a stalemate that will continue for quite a while, as now Bad Intention X, a team we talked about, running into the lands of the esports, and they have been surrounded. Bad Intention X having Siam down as well, in a tough spot, especially with Scooby now coming in, looking for the kill, but the spray from Dylan, and he downs Scooby. It's Matt really coming up on top, holding things down for Bad Intention X. As B find a trade. It's the battle of nades in these ridges. The mortar strike from either side, and B right now putting a lot of pressure into Bad Intention X. Mehdi downed as well. I think that's Bad Intention X almost done for, in a very bad spot, as they should be able to get Scooby back alive here, B.
But at the same time, Dylan is just waiting for the right moment, who is trying to hide behind that buggy. Is on very full of an HP. Mehdi is also taking a lot of damage from that Molotov. Solas is also using his nade again and again and again, and finally it gets connected, takes Mehdi down, and we are left with Math only. Solas coming in, Dylan tried to go for the shot on the buggy, coming really quickly, but Solas is looking super good right now. He was getting aggressive, he got aggressive, and he got the reward as well in terms of Bad Intention, just biting the dust. Team B Esports, they are going to be happy with this outcome, but at the same time I feel like they haven't got much elimination, and the question is right now exactly why, because the survival status shows just them having one elimination in this game. So we'll have to see there just like a POV to see exactly what's going to happen. But SITM, they are looking to like hold towards the south part of the map, where towards Yasnia, and the circle has gone towards the north island, where it's going to be difficult for them to rotate. But before they want to rotate, they're just looking to engage in these fights, especially might just look to like eliminate Equinox, who's right beneath them.
And SITM, they've got to play it smart. They have a great spot in this circle since most of the others in open land, while SITM have a decent chunk of Yasnaya to themselves, but their problem remains in the fact that Equinox, they've snuck in behind enemy lines. They've got into that building Giro is in. And I'm curious if Equinox even know that Giro is in that building, because he's giving a lot of information to SITM right now, while Desert has sneaked in! QB finds Soulless, but Scooby runs over Desert, and now it's SITM in a tough spot, but B, they're making quick work. They don't want to take this fight, they're gonna get out. But they might have inevitably decided this fight, because now Desert spotted out, and Nade will finish his game.
Kage coming in with that nade. That was a wonderful nade. Kage is also on the outskirts of the Yasni on the building, and there's still 3 players surviving. SITM is not going to be happy with this engagement, particularly as they were looking to eliminate Equinox without losing a single player. At the same time, the circle is going to be pushing in. They are on the edge of the circle, but that's not going to be a great position once the circle has left the city of Yasni, and that's what's going to happen. Gremlin Esports with the 3 players surviving as well. They are also on the north side of Yasni, with the nade coming in from either side from B Scooby and takedown shot, and that's 2 players left on the side of Gremlin Esports. But finally GSM is retaliating in a wonderful way in terms of them using a utility and get Scooby down. But again, it's just utility left and right, and unfortunately for Gremlin, it's a friendly fire coming from their side, and for 046 as well. He managed to take his teammate and himself out with a single Molotov. So I don't know if he has the right intention, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a big whoopsie, man, and a whoopsie that's gonna really hurt their chances going into the rest of this matchup now. SITM in a tough spot. They lost Desert earlier on through a quick intervention from B Esports, a drive-by really, and it helped Equinox really stabilize and spread out apart. On the other hand, teams have occupied the northern part of Yasnaya, just holding on for the next circle shifts, because especially with an urban type of circle, the way we have it here, if it takes another centralized shift, teams are going to have to rely on very good communication to make things work now. Talking about communication, Dobu not in the greatest of spots, but barely is able to get away. He's still stuck though without much backup. Dobu trying to play this 1v2, trying to play it smart again, spotted out in the window, and this time the nade perfectly cooked. Dobu has been knocked, and QB is not in a position to help him out. SITM really getting continuously beat down by the other teams right here. I think just 2 people left for life for them.
But SITM, as we discussed them a bit earlier as well, or before the pre-show, that any team that will want to discuss or just discussing, this one of the teams that get eliminated from the game really early. The QB is only one left right now on the side of SITM, as Dobo, Jiro and Desert is eliminated from the game number 1. Unfortunately for QB, as he's not in the circle as well, looking to land some shot on Classic, that is just a cry for help. But for now, it's just QB, and how is the question going, how long he's going to survive. 260 meters into the circles, the solo player right now, while there's a huge chance waiting for him in the circle, outside the circle, literally everywhere, left and right. And we have Team Equinox on the left side, Team Classic on the left, northeast, northwest side, then we have Team GSM on the right side as well. So it's not going to be easy for him to make a rotation, and definitely not using a vehicle may have been a good option, but for now there's no a guidebook exactly what to do.
Oh, and the circle shifting into that pure open area. It's not going to be an urban circle, which means instantly fights erupt as teams look for the rotations. Gremlin Storm taking full advantage. They found one, and they were able to put a ton of pressure now onto Equinox, with the pressure coming in from the teams in the high ground, in the likes of Astra, in the likes of Victor Gaming, and as well as pressure coming in from the likes of Gremlin Storm, who've elected to stay in their houses and catch teams out. And with the fights popping off in every single angle, Classic, they've actually made great work, found a couple of knocks, and that should be their access into the circle. But look at that, deep in the middle of the circle, that purple team. I wonder who that is. That Gremlin Storm?
And no, that's not going to be the Gremlin Storm. DSM is a bit in the red color, and we still have to be see exactly who's holding the center areas right now. Yeah. But for Gremlin Esports, it's still a decent game for them.
They're in the
And I wonder how many players from their side are alive right now. But Gremlin, I mean, it's a good game for them as well. They got like 5 elimination. They have still two players still surviving. At the same time, they're on the edge of the circle, which is the, by the way, 6th circle. So if they survive this circle or the next circle, they probably will getting a lot of survival points. All they have to do is make sure not like find themselves in an unnecessary engagement. But now NBS is trying to rotate. Dexter gets also spotted and has been taken down by GSM 046. That was wonderful play getting connected. MAKPEN coming in from the northwest side. Just looking at them, they're looking really good in the game. They're in the circle. They have 4 players alive, and they're coming in hard on Team Sealy Esports. And Sancho going down, and MAKPEN Momo also got bite the dust. But Pasta is also down, so 2 players down on the side of Team Sealy Esports. Aero revives. Aero is also down, so Becca and Rogue needs to do something to make sure that their players get revived. But Sealy Esports is also just charging on MAKPEN, and they are pinned down on the northwest side of the map. Aero also taking a lot of damage. Rogue is before he want to engage in any kind of engagement, he probably want to revive his teammate first.
And once again, the circle drifts away from these teams, putting a lot of pressure on these rotations right next to each other. The moment you get up, you're going to get sprayed down. That's exactly what happens with MAKPEN. Farhad taking him out, buying some space for Stronger as we head towards the southern part of the map right now. And again, his team's very close to each other. A1NB and NB Esports trading blows, and NB Esports, they lose out yet another man. They're already just down to 2, but they get some unwilling help from Gremlin Storm. And now Fistboy, he's in a great spot. We've seen him before as a solo man pull out a 2nd spot for his team. Can he go above and beyond this time and pull out much more? Because Fistboy is our top performer so far. A single nade could shut A1NB down, especially considering they have a player knock. But Fistboy is able to find the finish onto Sketchin. A1NB now under a lot of pressure. Even though it's a 1v2, Fistboy, he has the number and he's putting in the damage.
It's not going to be an easy game for him, as well as he's 740 meters away from the circle. There's no cover that exists right in front of him. But okay, Rowdy tries to rotate into the circle with the buggy coming in. It's going to be very difficult for him. But Team Palzak and Team Series for finally is happening right now with the Rogue using a wonderful nade, taking 2 players of side of MAKPEN out. It's just going to be 1 player left in front of him, and Rogue is going to make sure that he also might just eliminate them from the game. It's all gonna. I still want to say exactly what is happening on the other side. But for Team Sealy Esports, it's not going to be easy situation, as they're also taking lots of shots from Team Stronger Esports. Fist by trying to rotate into the circle, and after eliminating Rowdy from the game, he got himself a really great edge. But unfortunate for him, he's taking shots from left and right and front and back, and if the car goes down, he's probably going to get eliminated, and that is exactly what's going to happen. And the cause is a nade from the Hopeless coming in.
Still, he gets in that top 5 finish, so not entirely bad for NB Esports, but definitely the cards right here ready for Stronger, one of our bottom performing teams from day 1, to redeem themselves and push back Stronger in the number 15 spot right now at the start of this map, in the top 4, potentially with a man advantage if they're able to get their 4th member back on his feet. Rolla downing Kenoxy as well as Stronger deal severe damage to now Classic, and they should be able to just back right off. Rolla getting Kenoxy out again, and just like that, Stronger in a great spot as we've got these last few teams left with the multi-man squad just trying to hold on for dear life, and the circle actually shifts favoring Classic. Stronger in a difficult spot here, Ozzy. They have to deal with A1NB's pressure as well as Classic in the circle now, and all they've got is open land and 1 vehicle to cover for.
But for now, that 7 has already taken that vehicle, tried to rain into the circle. Now he's in a greater spot, and he has to do something for his team in terms of maybe getting some knocks, maybe getting some map control. In generally, Classic Hopeless try to get a bit aggressive on Team A1 players as he's using those nade spots. Hitman takes him down, and it's just a matter of few seconds where he spot K9 as well. Nade coming from right side as well, deals a bit of damage to K9, but A1 is in a very difficult spot as they are not into the circle as well. Hopeless try to get secure his kill. K9 still using in his nade left and right. Hopeless tries to jump to scout out the player from A1 K9, but gets a bit careless as K9 takes him down, and Farhad is just trying to secure that kill, or stealing that kill, whatever you want to call it, but that kill is going on the side of probably Stronger Esport. They are still pinned down outside the 50 meters outside the circle behind a small boulder, and something needs to be done very quickly. Smokes have been deployed and they are on the move. Hopeless also gets eliminated from the game, and they still have the most advantage in terms of numbers, that they have to get themselves into the circle.
And they've done that. They've set up a smoke road almost on the back of their smokes to give them the cover to get closer and closer towards 7, and as much as possible just play it safe, because like you said, if they play the long-term time game, those nades will eventually try to chip out their opponents. Is exactly what happens. And now with Classic out of the picture, they know that there's just one man alive for A1 and B, and they're looking to hunt him down. Per K9, he finds the roller before he will fall, and Stronger Esports certainly living up to their name with a stronger performance here on day 2. They start off with a winner chicken dinner.
And at the same time, we discussed about the Stronger Esports potential for a chicken dinner right at the start. So they got themselves a really great position towards the west side of the map, towards the not towards the Milta Power, north of the Milta Power, and where they had a clean road and an easy rotations toward the center and the north part of the circle. Circle taking a shift away from Yasnia toward the northern part of the circle obviously favored them a lot, and they were basically away from all of those engagement happening in the outskirts of Yasnia towards the near areas of Yasnia. So them coming from the north side, taking those engagement, keeping those players alive, it looked like a very easy game for them. And not just because it was a very easy, obviously their position was super great, and that position helped them a lot in securing this winner chicken dinner in the game number 1 of day 2.
100%, and it's exciting to see a team like Stronger, who just were not able to find any luck or any run of form yesterday, have been a little blessed, like you said, in the fact that they didn't really have to deal with many engagements early, but more importantly took full value of that situation, and they executed the success, especially Fahad. I will say 1.2k damage almost, man. Fahad on a roll right now, single-handedly a man on a mission, trying to get his team back into that top 5 run.
7 with 3 elimination as well. He's right behind him. Rola got 1 elimination. Sinor got 0 elimination in the game, 0 knockout. Also, he did deal a decent amount of damage. Also got like a decent amount of damage received as well. So he was part of this fight throughout the game. But unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to secure any kind of elimination. But looking at that, Farhad, the difference between him damage dealt and damage received is immense. Like 10% more times damage dealt on the other players. The way he probably used those covers. I mean, his team was also taking damage, like 271, 463, 246. So they were like possibility like very low on HP multiple times. But him receiving 73 damage throughout the whole game, that is absurd.
Yeah, exactly. It's completely unheard of to be so single, one directional in the way you're able to turn those fights. So clearly doing a lot of damage, taking a lot of those long range fights, and not allowing the enemy to send it back on him, using full advantage of his position. And you can see that in terms of their damage, 2.2k damage done by Stronger. But Team Classic on the other hand had a different route into that final circle. They took the southern route. They had to deal with a lot of engagements, which means they have a lot more fights and eliminations, as you can see on board.
Like 5-5 elimination, but the damage dealt one to the side of Farhad, then damage received obviously with the 73 is nothing near that number, and less damage saved might just be a good thing where you are just trying to play in a great position. We're not taking a lot of damage and also in a position where dealing a lot of damage, so I feel like he might have just, for me, might have won that category as well. But we had the match, summary post-match 7 in front of us, with the highest elimination going on the side of D46 and highest damage for Farhad. Then we have highest assist for Rowdy, highest healing done for Aero, and then we have highest knockout for Kenny Oxy, and this might be one of those only games where we have 5 different players in these 5 different categories.
Yeah, exactly, right. It was a very diverse game in that regard, where every team trying a little harder today. And MVP actually goes to D46 from Gremlin Storm. 6 eliminations picked up, or just a little under average damage, and as you can see, 1 headshot as well. D46 performing very well. So while TRZ might have bowed out nice and early, while they will not be able to make the redemption run, it seems like many other teams are doing exactly that, especially with the likes of Stronger and Gremlin Storm with some decent performances overall. Stronger with a chicken dinner and Gremlin Storm with a decent chunk of points to help them in their run to get into the top 10 today.
We have also Seal Rogue is the player that we see multiple times coming up. Even in the team, Seal Esports is not performing generally great. Like obviously they have a decent games coming up, but they're not in the top 4, top 5 in general, like the way Team A1, the Team NBS, Team SITM is performing. But somehow Rogue is always able to find his way into the top players. And now even in this game, he was able to secure like 4 elimination. But this was like a wonderful shot coming from Solus, and using that shotgun to it's the way it was meant to be used, taking player down. But this was unfortunate on the side of Team Classics as well, as they lost one of their players right at the start, and the way it happened wasn't exactly a really great thing. But for now, unfortunate for the SITM, the way they got eliminated as well, they weren't able to utilize their defensive position within the Yasnia to secure themselves any kind of elimination or any kind of like good position within the game. So that was a quite strange thing on the side of SITM. But MAKPEN, they also were looking really good as they were trying to rotate from northwest part of the circle, but Team Esports, they were holding that area and proved to be a unpenetrable like wall of defense.
100%, and really strong run, I would say, from Stronger Esports in that regard. But certain consistencies that we got was Team Classic, Seal Esports as well, making a decent run towards one of the end parts of the circle. And most importantly, I think amongst all of these teams, we're seeing some teams continue their run of form in the likes of Seal, in the likes of Classic, in the likes of SITM to a small extent. But I think there are teams that will be afraid that their form went away, with NB Esports especially getting eliminated quite early, as well as 1952, both teams that looked comfortable towards the top 5 of the standings yesterday.
Team CSC with the most damage, like second most damage of 1926. Then we have Team Stronger Esport with the most damage of 22-16 with 9 eliminations. Then we have B Sport, GSM, Seal Esports, MAKPEN, and Equinox. This was not a one-sided or two-sided affair. Obviously, it's like damage is equally divided among the teams in a wonderful way. Even there's not a lot of teams that like there's not a single team that got like 14 to 15 elimination. Then the second team got like 7 to 8. We have 10 for the side of CSC, 9 on the side of Team Stronger Esport. Then we have GSM with the 7, B with the 7. So everybody had a very decent game. Like top 5 or top 6 had a very decent game. Obviously, they got themselves a fair amount of survival points as well. Look at that on the leaderboard as well. On the match standings, like Team Stronger Esport, they got 24 points. Then we have Team Classic with 20 points, 4 points right behind them. Then A1 and B, despite the fact they might just not have looked really good within the game, they were able to get themselves in the top 3. And look at those placement points as well. 12 placement points, 15 position, like 15 total points as well. So it was a good game for them. Even Seal Esports, they got eliminated a bit early, like on top 4, but they have 6 elimination, and that's 14 sweet points for them.
On the other hand, you've got the likes of TRZ, Bad Intention, RGC Opex, and Victor Gaming, all teams towards the bottom of our overall standings, again continuing in that bottom marker. Whereas for SITM, it just feels like first day of the game is like a sacrifice, you know. It's just they're not going to perform first day of the game, then the rest 5 games they will turn up. That at this point is more of an assumption than an answer for sure, so we will find out. And I think for A1 and B, a very slow game, but the fact that they secured that number 2 spot will give them a lot of value from this first match. Now they need to go above and beyond this though to be able to make their way into the top 5 run, because that's what they're fighting for.
And top 5, that's going to be an interesting conversation throughout the whole part of the grand finals. Which team are going to qualify? Obviously, the champion is going to be the main topic of conversation. Who's going to be the champion? It's going to be NBS, Team Seal Esports, Team SITM. That's going to be who's going to go, which team are going to be qualifying into the PMPL. But we have top performers in front of us with the first point number 1 right now. Rogue is right behind him. Kenyox is also right behind him with 16 elimination. K9 is still at number 4 with 14 elimination. B Solus makes his way into the top 5 with 14 elimination as well. But we have Bad Intention, Mass leaving the top performers. But I feel like that's not going to be for long, as he has a history of being consistently good when it comes to top performance.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's not going to be for too long that we see Matt exit the top 5. But I love the fact that we've got 5 players and 5 different teams for our top performers, right? So it tells us that these teams definitely, every single one of them, have the talent to make good runs happen. Now the question is, can that talent actually see itself come to alive today? Because with Erangel done for, Stronger, they pick up the winner chicken dinner. Now we get ready to head in towards Miramar, where the team with the better game sense, the team with the better communication within each other and the rotation inherently will pick up the cake and the chicken dinner along with it.
I feel like this is the map where a lot of your PUBG knowledge is generally tested. Your obviously team coordination, your communication, your chemistry, your strategy, your gunpowder, your rotations, you knowing the map terrain in generally as well, like exactly where are those tips and where are those great covers that exist and how it's going to be. That being tested in the map of Miramar. Erangel always has a spontaneous to it, where like circle can take a shift from left and right. Then we have like Sanhok, which is quite unpredictable. But Miramar is slow paced. Miramar doesn't have extreme circles. Even if it goes toward left or right, it's still gonna have like 1,000 points of entry into the circle. The rotations are very easy towards the center. It's about how you predict the shift and how you get yourself to the center while circle takes a shift, how you get yourself into the last circle. The bigger question, like it sounds easy, but it's very difficult to do, and the team who's better will definitely win Miramar.
Yeah, exactly, right? The team that has the better communication, the idea of setting up the early rotation, pick up that high ground nice and early to give you access to better fights, because usually what happens in Miramar, we see with the rotations generally leading towards a set of mountain ranges, a lot of teams are then stuck clinging to the cliffs, to the slope of the mountain, and they can't really fight. In that high ground versus low ground battle, there is no question, unless you land some miracle nades and some miracle shots, then maybe you can slam in and try to recapture that point. But otherwise, it's usually just that early high ground capturers, the teams on the early rotations that are able to win it out. So I think heading into this matchup, it's why my prediction is going to reflect that ideology. I think NB Esports, while they had a bit of a slow start to the day, they'll pick up right where they left off yesterday and maybe show up with their third chicken dinner, because right now they're the only team with a 2 on their hands. Maybe they can become the first with 3 as well.
Obviously, they were looking really good yesterday as well. The game number 1 didn't exactly work out for them, although they got themselves into the top 5 or 6, maybe with like 10 points in general in the game number 1, but this is not exactly what they were looking for. An average game for them, great performance, but as you like mentioned a bit earlier as well, they might be looking to secure a third chicken dinner in the game number 2, as Miramar is just like the map where you might have the most control. At the same time, the drop spot, as like we mentioned a bit earlier in like yesterday as well, oh, you need to go for the Pochinki. If you're really good, you need to go for Painan, maybe Paradise Resort, Bootcamp, as those drop spots matter a lot. They're in the center of the map. It doesn't matter where you drop on the map of Miramar. You can get yourself to anywhere you want. Even the St. Martin Graveyard, Hassan Zilpetron areas, these are center. But nobody likes to like, okay, these are the like very primary state. You need to go for those areas as compared to you really want to go to Painan within Sanhok, as that's a great prime spot. So I feel like no matter where you drop, where you like, obviously it matters just a tiny bit, not a lot, but I feel like you can have the game under your control if you're good enough. So let's see which team is going to be. Obviously, I have my hopes and I have my prediction and my expectation on Team SEAL Esports, as they have been looking good throughout the whole tournament. They couldn't exactly get the nail in the coffin or maybe like the final blow, but they have been coming really close. So this might be the game for them.
It certainly might be, and hey, we'll have to see, like you said, because I think I 100% agree. SEAL Esports have been so damn consistent throughout, but I will warn you. Yesterday, twice I predicted SEAL Esports, and both times they got eliminated first in the game. So I think for me, at least, predicting SEAL Esports is not a pleasant affair for them, because they end up eliminating themselves first. But what we have seen, despite those early eliminations, is consistency in every other game. Very proactive in their approach, that team. They love taking those fights, and it's something I want to see coming into fruition, especially in Miramar, because like you said, you have access to almost every single part of the map. So it's about your individual ability to predict which mountain ranges will be better off, where you can get that viewpoint to mark rotations and to catch lonely cars off, but also at the same time get a good location to third party some engagements and have people stuck to your cliffs, where then you can pick them off with the nades. So a lot of possibilities, that's for certain. I'm sure another team to look out for besides the predictions is going to be SITM, because you remember yesterday, slow start in Erangel map 1, but they picked up the pace immediately from Miramar, and I think it's a map that they truly love. It plays to their style very much so.
And at the same time, the game number 2, they got themselves into the top 3. Then even the game number 3 as well, they were like top 2 or top 3 as well. Like consistently on the map of Erangel and Miramar, they were looking really good. At the same time, NBS was the one like they were scratching, like taking the chickenness away from them. But you are right about the fact that this is a team SITM who might be, we should be looking out for right now at the same time. But one thing that we talked about for this team, somebody who knows the terrains of Miramar, somebody who knows those maps, those knows where the covers exist, where those like high points exist, those high grounds, and where to go exactly, what roads to take, what mounts to take to rotate. I feel like that team might be the strongest. Your gun power matters a lot, obviously, but the distance between you and the other team is a lot. The DMRs come into the action. Maybe the sniper, you might see a sniper being used as well. But generally, your rotations and you knowing which terrain to use to rotate absolutely matters the most in this game.
And I like the fact that you mentioned the longer range engagements, because we saw Fahad in the last game play really well in those longer engagements, dealt a ton of damage and barely took any of for himself. So that's going to be a key quality to possess coming into Miramar, assuming Stronger are able to pick up where they left off, because they'll need a couple more really good games to immediately be put into that top 5 run. But they're not too far away. In fact, I believe they're just about 20 points or so away from the top 5. So it's just one more good game and they'll be back in that run immediately. So, and maybe Stronger will be the ones to pick up where they left off in Erangel. A lot of maybes, a lot of questions here, RZ. But hey, we won't have to wait any longer. We're just about ready to find out.
Grand Finals, day number 2, match number 8, Miramar, and we have the plane path going from El Azhar towards the Monte Novo area. We have St. Martin, Power Gate, Hesindal Petron, Junkyard, Minas, all right underneath that plane path. The north side is a lot favored, where you can reach Torre, La Cabrera, even Crater Field as well, very easily. But the southern part of the map, where you have like areas like Prison, Minas, Valle de Mar, those are a bit long. I feel like you can reach Valle de Mar as well, but the southern island, that a small island that is tied to the main island, that is going to be inaccessible. But we have seen, I don't think any team that has like to play that specific island as it gets you detached from the main one a lot and like makes the rotation quite difficult. But we have GSM getting an early exit going for Impala, Team Stronger Esport going for Terra, and then we have Team C Classics going for that La Bandita area. They have to be careful as the 1952 is right next to them, and even Team this Team Classic and Team 1952 right next to each other. So there's very tiny chance that we might see an early clash right there.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance that we might see that area turn into an early battleground. But of course, I think even early in Miramar means more like 5 to 7 minutes in. It's not something that's going to immediately happen. And a bit of a standard circle right here. We see a western circle more so. Nothing too surprising. Like, I think for me at this point in Miramar, surprising would be if we get a circle base around Minas del Sur. Because that's something I almost never ever see. And that's the only way I think teams would be forced to fight early. Because now again, a lot of those mountain ranges available near Crater Fields, near El Pozo, near Monte Nuevo, that teams will look to pick up in those early rotations.
Team ESPORT, they're looking really good in this game towards the area of Montenovo. Obviously, as we mentioned a bit earlier, we have Team 2A and Alpozo. Then Team VG, they are just looking to go towards Valle de Mar, as they obviously couldn't reach that by gliding. So they're probably going to be using some kind of vehicle to go towards Valle de Mar and try to rotate back. As compared to the Team Equinox, who try to go towards Nevre Pinard, this is still a relatively safer strategy, as the Valle de Mar is not really far away from the circle. You don't have to cross the river as well to get yourself there. So I feel like that road network that you have towards the western part of the circle is really accessible for you and can get you to any good safe spot if you want to. But we have teams very equally safely dispersed throughout the whole map. I mean, you look at Bad Intention Power Gate, then we have Team NBS towards St. Martin, then we have Team B Sports towards Crater Field, 2A El Pozo, then we have SITM like looting all those areas of St. Martin, Los Llanos, then we have Team GSM towards the right side of Impala. So I feel like these teams are equally dispersed, so we'll have we have a very passive early start to the game where teams will be just looting and just looting as well, and will try to raid like 7th or 8th minute into the circle. Despite the fact the circle is towards the west part of the map, we still have a lots of points of entry into the circle.
Yeah, definitely do. And look, those positions, especially that Astra have got themselves, that Seal have got themselves, are especially ones that I've got my eye on, because I think those positions are the ones that they can crucially use. But hey, teams right now, as you can see, just nicely settling in. Bad intention quite spread out here, RC. Look at the way they're positioned in a 2-1-1 split, almost hunting for the vehicles. So it's a high risk, high reward play right now.
And I feel like these are kind of moves that you have to make if you're looking for that grand final, looking to be the champion or looking to qualify. And I feel like a lot of teams doesn't have that kind of mentality when they come into these grand finals. You try to have to take risk in some situation. You have to go for those, maybe some rotations, maybe some elimination, maybe some engagement. Obviously, it can go wrong, but you shouldn't let that stop you from getting a good points well. But if it goes right, you set yourself up for a very good game. No, a lot of very few teams realize this part. And I see this exact stance coming in from the team that cannot qualify in those last game. Now we have nothing to lose. Let's just go take those risks. Obviously, if you have taken those risks a bit earlier, it could have turned things around for you in a great way. So I feel like any team that is not like in the top 10, top 8 right now, they can just go out of their way and take those risks. Might just yield a greater reward.
Yeah, I like the idea, right? Especially if you take the early risks, maybe later into the lobby, you have a lot more options in the way you can play, as compared to if you don't take the early risks, then you're stuck and you have to take those risks later to make something work. And it's something I do also want to see teams do, just be a lot more decisive in their approach, a lot more proactive, and look to take matters into their own hands rather than allow other teams to run the pace of flow, because I think that's where teams look at their absolute best, when they can decide how they want to take the fights. But that eastern area, I must say, man, looking very, very dangerous right now. And look, that mountain, power grid, Picardo Mountain is going to be crucial. Bad intention right now have control, but NB Esports and San Martin as well in a great spot to gatekeep. They could be the ones picking up the pace.
But other than the fact that we have a potential fights and we have a couple of rotations coming in, the teams have been completely passive. As we discussed a bit earlier, there have not been a single player loss on the either side of the map, or like in any one of those teams. But Team Seal Sport, they might be just getting themselves into a bit of trouble with the teams rotating to Team A1 NB rotating towards their side. Team Bad Intention also in a great spot. But teams that have to be careful are towards the west east side of the circle. Team MAKPEN, Team NBES, Team Classic, and Team Equinox. There will be a couple of teams that might just be using those positions to rotate into the circle, and you might just have to be might have to gatekeep the circle as well. So obviously that could mean free elimination for you if you're really good. But obviously, as we were talking about a bit earlier, A1 NB really close to Team Seal Esports, and at the same time, Team A1 NB, despite the fact they didn't have a good game like day number, not like a good, obviously they didn't have a terrific day number 1, they're still very relevant throughout the whole day, and also in the day game number 1 of the day 2.
Definitely, they haven't looked poor at all, and I think it's something that they will look to continue in terms of that form, because this is a team that we didn't necessarily expect, right, coming into grand finals week, considering the performance in the semi-finals week. So I love seeing a team that has put in the work reap their reward, and NB Esports, they're doing exactly that. Now going in for the rotation, I think they might get into the crosshairs of Bad Intention. And NB Esports are not the kind of team to commit to a fight. I think they will play that long-term game and instead elect to pick up those mountains near Crater Fields and El Pozo. The one right in the middle especially can be so damn good. You get access to every rotation possible coming into the next few circles. But more importantly, you get that high ground battle advantage if you need to take those battles. And you can see teams trying to make their way for it. But the B Esports rotation is what I find really interesting, man. They've taken over the northern part of the circle effectively with the Crater Fields and El Pozo. And if this shifts towards them the way it did for Stronger, we might see them coming into play. And funnily enough, it is that team Stronger that is the only contention that they may have, are going to come in on the very late rotations.
And that might just work out for them as well. As you're looking to rotate later into the cycle, very late into the cycle, the major rotation, the major fight might have already happened. Those areas might be empty. It could be obviously something that might work out, like just like GSM doing from the north side as well. They're looking to enter into the circle from the areas of Minas, maybe Velademar. So they're hoping to avoid any like much of those cluster forming toward the east side of the map, and that's a I feel relatively safer strategy as well, as you might be taking a lot of damage from the blue zone. You still have a lot of like loot that you did for the last 8 to 10 minutes of the map of Miramar. So these two rotations might work out, but at the same time it's a risky thing. So let's see exactly what's going to happen, especially if you get caught out on this edge of the circle. You don't have a lot of HP, obviously, because you have taken a lot of damage from the blue zone. But still, right now with the rotations coming in, there's not a cluster that is like gonna be causing risk to a lot of teams. Teams are still looking very comfortable within those positions. These teams are still looking like holding those points as well that they were holding a couple of minutes before, and probably still like continuing the loot they have.
Yeah, definitely. And I think right now, with the circle taking a bit of a southern shift, mostly central, slightly downwards, is going to favor the teams like 1952 who've gotten themselves into these small hills, nicely separated above. You talked about how this player on our screens, Matt, can be a player to look out for because the damage he deals, and he does exactly that. Waits in the desert like a rattlesnake lurking down below, and when he strikes, his venomous bite felt across 1952. He's knocked and finished 2 players off all on his lonesome. This is the match we expected, man. He's popping the heck off.
Getting the knock, securing that elimination, bad intention, finally securing themselves some great game. But it's, as you mentioned, it's not just bad intention, it's just math, taking players left and right, like eliminating them from the game, and security bad intention, a good start to the game. But 1952, they're not going to be happy with this exact engagement, as they were trying to rotate safely into the circle, and they got caught out by the hands of Math and his M4, and like he made quick work of them. But for now, team bad intention, obviously their position, as we mentioned a bit earlier, was great. They have a position to safe keep the circle, to gatekeep the circle, and they might just find themselves some easy elimination. As for 1952, their game is almost done right now. 2 players left behind, while we have 15 teams alive, with the 95% of them having 4 players. It's gonna be hell of a difficult for them to secure any kind of points for themselves in this game. As for B Esports, they are very like close proximity with VG, and unfortunate for VG, they have lost one of their players, right, and they cannot do much in this fight, as well as the distance between a lot, and team B Esports is also like they're just residing within the cover.
Yeah, it's not looking like a good spot right now for them, most certainly. PRZ in a similar position, and B Esports get caught out from nowhere, trying to recalibrate, reset, so they can bring Scooby back to life, and they should be able to do that. But 1952, where it started off from match damage, now their end in this lobby has been done for, and I must say, looking a little scary for a team that had a great day 1, now just not able to find their groove in day 2. Early exit in Erangel and early exit in Miramar as well. 1952, their days might just be long gone.
And that's a pun that was definitely intended, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, B Sports, they are looking really good. Obviously, they got themselves another knock on the side of VG gone, and they probably there might be someone near him, but we cannot see. And from this angle, obviously, that somebody is near him. So with him and his distance, no, okay, the war zone is right behind him. He might just like coming in from the cover as well that exists on the side of that terrain. He probably will be able to secure his teammate. But VG, they're also not looking really good. Obviously, a bit far away from the circle, losing their player. But B Sports, they want to commit themselves to this fight, and they have the advantage. Cast getting spotted, Yuke missing all of his shot, but unfortunately, he got some connected. Finally, the last 2-3 bullets gets connected to a cast and is down to 40% of his HP. But fortunately for him, he's in the cover. And Dexter also coming in with that buggy, probably will try to make sure that he's gonna go for those knocks as well. They have the advantage and they want to capitalize on that. They need to be careful. Obviously, Biruk gets the gone out as well. Warzone uses that nade. It was a wonderful nade, but it only brought Dexter down to 50% HP. Warzone did realize, but you coming from the right angle have taken him down, and we have only 1 player left on the side of VG. That's going to be Erkas on the back end. And how long can you survive, especially with the B Scooby coming in?
Oh, what a beautiful fight right now. And oh, look at this. Esports, they're continuing to inflict pain on Victor Gaming, a team that hasn't had the greatest of chances, hasn't had the greatest of runs, and they will continue in that mark. Victor Gaming definitely not living up to the game, to their name, and their game has just been left a wanting, man. Overall, I'd say, Aziz, like Victor Gaming, considering the talent we saw in the semi-finals week, this is not what we were expecting from them. Coming into finals week, we expected a team that could give the run for the top 5. Instead, they're languishing in the bottom 2, down below. And I must say, it's a Victor Gaming that must be very, very disappointed in themselves. But fights making off on every single front as we near that 15-minute mark. Teams scrambling to set up the rotations. And I must say, off the back of Matt's earlier brilliant form, bad intention in a great spot. And the same cannot be said for my prediction with MAKPEN taking down a player of NB Esports. I think NB Esports might be in a spot of trouble right there.
But for our team 2A, Astra Esports, they're looking decent right now towards the northwest side part of the circle. They are like in a great cover right now. Therefore, their players are still alive. They have been completely passive throughout the whole game. And that's not a bad thing, by the way, when I say passive or aggressive. It depends on what you can do afterwards and whether you're able to secure a lot of points for your team. So whatever strategy that you're employing or that you're using right now, if it works out for you, great. You should definitely go for that. Doesn't mean, even if it means that you have to hold your gun for like 15 minutes of the game, if it's working out for you, if it's getting you points, then definitely. But Team Seal Esports, they're right next to Team Astra Esports, but the potential of fight that exists is like any one of these teams try to get a bit careless, get themselves out of the cover, then a potential knock coming in with the obvious chance of other team rushing you.
No. And Astra Esports right there, I noticed they park their van in their garage, don't want the van to give their spot away. So, hey, top tier driving skills right here with the parking as well coming out. But I must say, besides that, right now, what is even more crucial is the fact that we've got teams starting to settle into these compounds, and these long range fights are what are crucial for every single team to try and deal a chunk of damage to their opposition, to whittle out the resources and play that battle of attrition. Because we've still got 14 teams right now left in the circle with 15 minutes remaining. Things are sure to start separating because there's just not enough space for every team to play. Now stronger in such a spot, in that lower ground, they can't afford to fight. All they can do is hide. But similarly, so Astra got out in the open, very much spread out. I think now they'll have to play on the rotation. It's 480 meters away, so they'll need those vehicles they parked away for a rainy day.
And one more thing, I mean, it's just not you won't get spotted. You have to make sure that those vehicles don't get their tires bursted, because as anybody like to see those vehicles, they're probably like, let's just like burst their tires, take it out so that the other team cannot rotate. But this was like a wonderful spray coming from Scooby on that Scarl, takes him down and also secure that kill. But Astra Esports, they are looking to rotate into the circle. They have to be careful as they are being surrounded left and right by Seal Esports. Obviously, Seal takes a lot of damage, and now he's very close to Team Stronger Esports. As far as he's the only one on the top floor, nades are being used left and right, and still feel like Team Astra Esports, they should like commit themselves to this one. But okay, one utility coming from Riley and has taken Farhad out. Okay, but what just happened? Oh, Roller got a Dylan got a knock on Roller. I thought exactly what happened. How did bad intention came into the play, and he's just like a math finding the players from right across the map. Like, oh, I'm here, I have like a wonderful spray, I will secure that knock for you guys.
Yeah, Matt living up to the high expectations we had from him coming into the grand finals week today. Had a phenomenal map 1, and now coming through in map 2 to continue that same round of form as Seal. They're in a bit of trouble in open land now, getting weighed down by, I believe, is that MAKPEN right here, putting the pressure onto Seal. And there we go, Seal just trying to get away, cut their losses, stay strong. But MAKPEN looking to fight. They disengage for now, but they disengage just to get into the circle and then look to gatekeep Seal once again.
Team Seal Esports, with Becca going down, they have to be careful of how exactly they're going to retaliate a fight against Pelzang. He throws the nade, but fortunately for Seal Esports, they didn't take any kind of damage to their vehicle or to their player as well. But Illusion trying to rotate as the MAKPEN trying to rotate into the circle as well. They have to be careful. Illusion using that smoke right in front of it also as well. Sanche coming in from the northwest circle. They're still getting a bit aggressive on Teams to Astra Esports. They have to be careful because Team A1 has a great high ground right now, and they can spot spot almost anyone near the 500-meter distance. At the same time, Team 2A, they lost 2 of their players. Rogue had tried to get a bit aggressive, was cooking that nade, was caught out on the off angle, and the rest of the CL Esports need to exactly commit to this fight, otherwise you might just lose all of your players. Sanjay has to be careful, obviously, with the Billy on the right side. It's a 1v1 with the Sanjay at a bit of a disadvantage. Aero tried to provide some kind of hope and cover for his team, but no, that will not stop from Sanjay going down. Okay, so he coming from behind, goes down at the hand of Aero. That was a quick reflex on his side. One pro player, Domi, coming from the other side. He might just be able to pull over 1v2, and that's a wonderful 1v2 on their side. But as for the Billy, he goes down at the hand of Becca, and Aero might not just commit himself to reviving his player, as he has to prioritize the circle as it is moving away from him.
And the damage has been done. 12 teams left, 18 minutes into the game, and as you can see, just not enough space. Teams have to take that fight, and that's where the teams that have already secured these small compounds like Bad Intention, a great spot. But talking about being in a great spot right now, A1 and B, they've got high ground. They're in the circle and likely to be included in the next as well. So they can casually just pick players off, and they're the ones likely to finish off CL. But I say that, and the circle shifts away drastically so for them. So I think A1 and B will just look to play it slow right now and catch teams on the rotate before rotating themselves.
A1 and B, you're right about them. They have a wonderful game. Obviously, the way they're situating themselves into the circle, great. But Bad Intention, they're also looking one of those strongest team out there right now toward the north of the circle, with 4 players live, having 7 eliminations. They are really away from the cluster as well. Don't have to make any kind of rotation. If the circle goes away from them, probably they might be one of the teams that might get eliminated earliest. But for now, they're looking really good. Kenny Oxy tried to spot any player as he can with his Mini 14. Hopeless tried to learn some shots with his M4, but exactly weren't able to do a lot with their gunpowder. And even for MAKPEN as well, they are safely into the cover. But for now, I feel like this is a team that is still outside the circle and have to make a bit of a rotation. Hopeless tried to land some shot on Team Bad Intention, but they are also within the cover, are like holding those compounds safely and securely.
And Classic's position is actually really interesting as we see CL Esports eliminated. Classic's position interesting because they're in the center of the circle. They've got a crucial compound which gives them a bit of high ground as well, but they're just 2-man strong. So if any team actually decides, says, hey, you know what, screw it, we're gonna go for the aggressive play and tries to slam down on Classic, it will give them a huge reward. But on the other side, Cage dealing a ton of damage, keeping Equinox into the picture. So far, this game has just been about Bad Intention, though, about Matt's display, his run of form as QB is now getting caught out. SITM trying to make their way in, and thankfully for them, they only have to face off against TRZ, who've just not been looking good so far. So they're able to work together. QB able to reset his health, and SITM will be able to inch their way into the circle. They're playing on the cliffs, man. They're in that lower ground, so susceptible to a third party at any moment.
TRZ 90-degree cooking that nade, and it has just gets connected on Giro right now. He goes down at the same time. SITM QB, he's secure his kill on Mumba, but Pal Zhang also takes a lot of damage. QB coming from right, Dobo on the left side. 90-degree is still using the nade as a defensive mechanism. Giro is belating, and that has given a lot of time to 90-degree to actually do maybe retaliate as well. QB making some vulnerable for a long of time, and finally 90-degree spots him, takes his gun out and puts him down to the ground. And obviously SITM, they're not looking really good with 2 players knocked and only 1 player surviving. 90-degree might be able to capitalize on that, but for now he has to go into, I thought he was going to the circle, but for now coming from the left angle, the TRZ, it was easy for them to take out SITM from this game. Even God. SITM, they were caught off in a very weird angle where they were looking to rotate into the circle, but that was not a position they wanted to be in.
And I just said the SITM might be a little lucky because they got TRZ, and TRZ turned things around and sent SITM to their graves. What a matchup this has been. A real revival of the teams towards the bottom, where we've got the likes of TRZ, we've got A1 and B pushing back, Bad Intention as well. And look, it is Matt leading that elimination shot in this game. 5 eliminations already picked up, almost 1000 damage on board. So I think he's ensured that this is his game to win, his game to lose in every single regard. And at that point, again, that circle taking a shift to include that top high ground will put Classic in a brilliant spot as well. As Equinox, they're just trying to hold on, get a couple of eliminations before they make their move so they can clear out their way. Gremlin Storm just not falling down, trying to back their fallen teammate Memo up, and now they're going for the slam in, looking to shut Equinox and Twist down. and get Memo back on his feet, but Equinox is spotted out. And Gremlin Storm might just pay the price. D46 now trying to take it slow, lurking in the smokes, but instead his teammate caught out. Twist makes quick work of him and survives as well. And now Kese moving in for the kill. Should spot out Memo and eventually D46 because of that. There we go. That's the end of Gremlin Storm as Equinox able to pick up a crucial set of kills. But hey, hold on. He might just pull this 1v2 off. The Molotovs and nades push Equinox down to their feet. In this fight, it's resulting in a destruction of both teams' chances. And now the circle's moving in.
Maybe it is just A1 and B9 from the outside of this fight, able to secure as many points for them as they can. But unfortunately for Team Equinox, they got themselves eliminated at the hand of Gremlin Esports as he was able to pull off a 1v2. I'm not exactly sure was he able to do that, but he's still surviving and Equinox is out. So that's a bit of a good news on their side. But for now, this game is almost over for him as well, as he has to move 70 meters into the circle. Team Classic and A1 will be on their left side, but A1 and B, as they have like bigger problems to fry right now, with NB Esports is on the left side as well and Team Classic as well, and they have been taking a lot of damage. But unfortunately for A1 NB, as we were discussing, like their stance in the game, they got eliminated by NBES, but NBES at the same time got eliminated by A1 NB. So it was both of those teams get eliminating each one another. But TRZ going from the right side to spot the Sam takes him down. Dylan also is bleeding right now. Bad Intention, who was looking super good right now, probably one of the strongest team within this circle, they are bleeding. 90 degree using the smoke on his left side, trying to revive his player. It's still a 1v2v3 with the Team Classic on the farthest edge of the map. But 90 degree, if he's able to revive his teammate, he still have a decent chance of securing a wonderful chicken dinner.
Yeah, and it's the team that we talked about at the starting, the team with the early rotation to pick up that crucial high ground that is in the best spot right now. It's Team Classic. Even though they were just two-man strong, that position has given them so much value, great dividends, as now TRZ looking to hold on so they can claw their way back, so they can set up their strongest story in this map. Eventually, Degree will go down and Radix now faced with an impossible task on the back of this continuous barrage of nades coming in from Bad Intention as the rest of his teammates move in for the kill. Bat will maintain that spray and they're able to shut one down, but the return nade now from Radix, it gets a trade, but that's all it will be. Bad Intention, they're able to wipe that team out, and that puts Classic versus Bad Intention in an interesting fight, because Bad Intention, they have the man advantage, but as you can see, Classic with that high ground with a better position.
But this is the time where Team Classic has to capitalize on the fact that they got the advantage and they have one player up on the side of Team, one player down the side of Bad Intention as well. But Hopeless, as he was able, were looking to secure that knock. Dylan coming from the right side took Hopeless down, and Bad Intention is a bit of a disadvantage. But Kenny Oxy got himself a great spot where he is able to take down one of those players. It's a 1v1. Dylan, the best of the best, is out there with the Kenny Oxy having the advantage on the upper ground. He has the information, but both of them have the information. But Kenny Oxy, will he go for that revival process as his teammate is right next to him? Hopeless is also bleeding. Kenny Oxy, but no, he's going for those nade, and that's going to be the last nade in his back. By Dylan coming on from the right and right angle, he's hoping to take this fight with the no cover or very less cover that exists, but one more nade puts him down to almost 70% of the HP. But Kenny Oxy stands up, spots him down, and takes him out of the game and secures himself a wonderful chicken dinner. A 1v2 for him in the last cycle, that in the last part of the map as well. That was impressive for his team and for himself.
Yeah, absolutely impressive. 26 points as well picked up, 11 points for Classic. They were down to 2 members very early into that map. They made it count. They made that early rotation happen. They got the position, and in that 1v1 fight against a Matt that looked like a raid boss on that map, where he was single-handedly pushing Bad Intention towards that chicken dinner. Kenoxy stands in his way and denies, pulls off the 1v1 as well as the winner chicken dinner for Team Classic, and that's going to be one that's going to help them out a lot, because like we talked about at the start of the day, they were in that top 5 run, but very close to the next 5 teams overall. So getting those 26 points in the back, that's going to help them secure their spot in the top 5 for now.
But we have the team stats post-match 8, obviously Team Classic in front of her, with Kenny Oxy securing their 6th wonderful elimination and have like 1086 damage saved with 248, and Hopeless right behind him with 5 elimination and 739 damage. But unfortunate for Eric and Vanzi that they weren't able to secure 0, they were only able to secure 0 elimination within the game, or they weren't able to secure any elimination. But yeah, see, Team Classic, obviously they had a wonderful game, and let's see, going to the game number 3 right now, can they keep this momentum momentum going. It was something that they definitely needed to get themselves into the top 5. Despite the fact they had a average day number 1, they exactly needed this big blow from their side to just surpass everyone. At the one game that we were talking about on the side of like position from 2 to 7, which of those teams, if they secure a single game with a 25 or 26 point, they will definitely make the jump, and this was a jump that we talked about.
Yeah, and look, the jump huge for both of these teams, honestly. Bad Intention especially, where they had a decent map 1. Now, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, Matt showing the display that got him into that top spot in semi-finals week. So clear improvements and a clear direction for them to move forward into the rest of the day, because look, we're just 30% of our way in. We've got 4 more matches to go, and I think Matt is just picking up in terms of his form overall. Per Classic, again, beautifully done from them. 11 eliminations with just a couple hundred points of damage less at the Bad Intention. They had a phenomenal game.
I mean, even Bad Intention, something went wrong for them, because while going to the last circle, they were the most advantageous team. They had 4 players alive, but unfortunately for them, they weren't checking their left and right angles, especially with the team TRZ coming from the right side. They were able to take CM out, so that was quite unfortunate. But we have Bad Intention Dylan on our right side, then Kenny Oxy on our left side. Both have almost had the same elimination, and then one of them have both of them have the same knockout as well. But damage is being dealt and received a bit more, tiny bit more on the side of Dylan, and the survival time is tiny bit more on the side of Kenny Oxy. So almost both of them had the same game and almost had the same output for their team. But don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean they weren't impressive. They were definitely very impressive.
Yeah, exactly, right? They were really playing above and beyond what was expected from them, and I must say, Kenoxy especially, he did that yesterday in that 1v2. Now he's done it once again to get his team in 1v1 against the likes of Matt, who, look at the charts, man. He's dominating in anything related to fights. Highest eliminations, highest damage, and highest knockouts. Matt in right now, that form that we know him for, in that demon mode, really terrifying every single one of those teams out there.
But we have Bad Intention, obviously. They are like dominating three of those categories. Then we have Team Classic in one of them, but most valuable player, and he's none other than Bad Intention. Matt, I'm gonna be calling you Matt. You have my non-support for your change of name. But yeah, 6 eliminations, 4 average points, then 1200 damage, then 739 average with a 24-minute survival time and 1 headshot being landed in the map of Miramar. But obviously Dylan had a wonderful game, and the way he was able to secure the kills from the start of the game till the end of the game was quite impressive. He was able to continue that momentum from the last day to this day, and this performance will definitely put him in the top performance, maybe number 3, number 2, we'll have to see. But we have top players in front of us, with the number 1 at obviously going to Bad Intention Dylan.
Yeah, and beautifully done, right, for Matt to get those 6 eliminations and lead his team in. But once again, it's Classic and Kenoxy and Hopeless just being brilliant stalwarts, just maintaining their cool in those tough situations and playing it smart. And I must say, overall, despite the mechanical skill of the likes of Matt, it's that consistency that does pay off. So Bad Intention, Matt is looking amazing, no freaking doubt, as you'll see right here. Almost single-handedly wiped 1952 out, but I think the rest of his team definitely needs to step up, because that was a win that they could have pulled together if they had.
ESPORT, they were also looking despite really great, despite the fact they were coming in from the north part of the circle. This was them with Scooby spotting on Sinor, and we have seen that in the instant replay as well here, as he was getting his shots connected. Aero, also the way he pulled off a 1v2 from the player coming from behind and like in front of him, he was able to perform really great. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to revive any one of his teammates. But Bad Intention, look at the position within the circle and the way they were landing shots across everyone. I was quite sure that they would have been able to secure that winner chicken dinner, but TRZ was the team that went wrong for them. But at the same time, Gremlin Storm, they are starting to look really good. At the same, not like look really good, they are starting to perform a bit better than the yesterday as well, where they're securing themselves a really great like some decent points. At the same time, they're surviving for much more time as compared to yesterday. But this was a 1v2 on the side of Kenny Oxy, like he pulled off a 1v2 against Bad Intention in the last cycle. So that was a like MVP performance for his side.
Absolutely, and MVP performance indeed from Kenoxy, and a deserved one for Team Classic, who have been consistent as heck yesterday, were not rewarded with that chicken dinner, so now they'll be able to pick one up and secure their spot moving forward. But I must say, a very nice spread of damages overall. We're seeing a little bit of consistency come out, especially from the likes of Equinox, Seal, but NB Esports again dropping down today, SITM as well. Our top two teams just off to a very poor start today.
But for now, Team Classic Electronics 165 damage, Team Bad Intention 2354 damage, 9 elimination. Then we have B Esports 1636 damage, Team A1 and B with 1132, and Team Equinox with 1388 damage. Team Seal Esports with 927 damage. Unfortunate for them, they were only able to secure 4 elimination. Especially for TRZ, they have dealt one of the most fourth most damage in the game of 1284, but they were only able to secure 3 of those elimination within that damage. So they were probably not gonna be happy with the not going to be satisfied with the damage to elimination ratio. Obviously, your damage to elimination ratio need to be 0.5 or more, somewhat around that, and if it falls below, you're probably not getting a lot of eliminations. But we have the match standings in front of us. Obviously, a wonderful game from the Team Classic with 11 elimination, 15 placement point, put them in the number 1 with 26 total points.
Yeah, and hey, I think one thing is for certain, with the likes of Victor Gaming and 1952 again in the bottom of the standings, that chances to make a run for that top 5 in the grand finals week is starting to look almost null for. As compared to the likes of TRZ and Gremlin Storm, I must say, RZ, they had a great map right here, 13-10 points respectively. It looks like these teams are able to make a semblance of a comeback at least, and now as long as they're able to maintain it consistently, might be teams to look out for in the long-term game. But B Esports, man, so damn aggressive, just as we know them. 8 eliminations, just 1 placement point. Imagine now if they'd made it to the top 5, top 4 even.
But one thing that is very interesting that you mentioned out a bit earlier while you were discussing this is teams that came into this grand finals that were invited. This is not their spot, this is not their ground. This is not their they are not just absolutely dominating everyone out there. Everybody has an equal shot right now. Obviously, SITM couldn't perform as much as they would like to perform in the today, but with the Bad Intention performing, with the Team Classic performing again and again, even the Gremlin Storm notching things up a bit with TRZ and especially B Esports. This thing's gonna be getting very interesting in the later part of the day, especially with the NB Esports not performing in those 2 days as well. I feel like the gap might just get closed on the side of from the position 2 or 3. They might just be closing that lead that NB Esports have secured themselves in the day number 1. But yeah, I want to say exactly the overall ranking has what it has got for us. I want to say exactly how the picture seems to be for a lot of those teams.
100%, and in that overall ranking you can see Victor Gaming, the only team just on 20 points across 8 games. Just been as a poor match for them overall, while the likes of Gremlin Storm, TRZ with just a few good matches have really picked up the pace. In fact, they're at 45-47 points, which I think is just about 15 to 20 points away from top 5. So even though they're in that 13-14 spot, one good chicken dinner game can instantly propel them forward. On the other hand, you've got 1952 with their slow start have dropped down to number 9 on the table. So I'm sure 1952 will want to push back, and similarly so Astra as well, because while they have got one chicken dinner, they've just not been able to find the consistent performances to be in that top 5 mark.
But as we talk about the top 5 mark, we have Team Seal Esports, Team SITM, and Team Classic making that huge jump with the winner chicken dinner at number 2 right now with 88 points. They are almost 23 points behind NB Esports, but fortunately for Team Classic, they are looking really good. Team A and 1 and B also have taken a jump on position number 3. They still have to consistently perform. But now for Team Seal Esports, SITM, this is going to be the longest time possible where they haven't got a single chicken dinner. But Equinox, obviously, they have to notch things up a bit. The competition is not over right now. With look at the B Esports, Bad Intention, Team Equinox, Team SITM, Seal Esports, the gap is almost I feel very minimalistic. You can easily jump from position 8 to position 3 or 2 with a good game. We have seen Team Classic do that right in front of us.
Yeah, 100%, and like you said, right, the gap very much small, but there are consistent teams in NB, in Classic, in A1, NB and Seal. They are slowly just trying to peel away, and I think maintain their spot in the top 5. Surprisingly so, SITM not included in that list. Given their slow start today, they've dropped down to number 5 and now have a lot of the teams hunting for them. Even number 9, number 10 are teams just 10 points away from SITM right now. So if SITM continue to have a poor day today, they might just be done for.
And obviously they started the day with 64, maybe 62 points in total, and now they have 68 points after the two matches of the day. So things are not looking really great for them, and with Equinox, Bad Intention, Team B Esports right behind them, things will get very will look very bad for you if you don't change your performance, if you don't do a bit better in the coming game. Obviously we're done with the 2 day games of the day. We still have 4 left, so the major part of the day is still far from being over, but we have top performers in front of us. And with the Kenny Oxy securing the 6th wonderful elimination, he got himself in the number 1. Then we have A1 and BK9 number 2 with 18 elimination. Then we have Fist Boy at number 3 with 18 as well. At the same time, we have a Bad Intention Dylan at number 4 with 17 elimination, and before that he wasn't nowhere near number 5 or 4. He was possibly not in the top performer as well, but 6 elimination got him that sweet spot. Seal Rogue, unfortunately for him, his not performing in this game has put him in the position number 5.
Yeah, and Fizzboy as well, right? Last few games, NB Esports just haven't been necessarily finding enough fights, so you can see he's dropped down from that number 1 spot and rightly claimed once again by Kenoxy, our 1v2 hero, as well as the chicken dinner winner from the last match. But my eyes on Matt, man, because he's making those moves. He's now in the number 4 spot, sure, but one more good game and should be able to propel himself to number 1. And as is standard, as many of you who've watched the semi-finals may know, Matt will always be lesser in survival time, but he will likely get more eliminations.
Obviously he's likely to get more elimination, but it has been a very interesting 2 games. The day number 2, where we're done with the Erangel of the team, with the team Stronger Esports securing the chicken dinner in the first game. Then we have Team Classic securing the chicken dinner in the game number 2, who is gonna be coming up with Sanhok really quickly, and it's gonna be very interesting. Then we have Erangel at the day number Then we have Erangel for the game number 4. Then we have Miramar for the game number 5. Then we have Sanhok for the game number 6 as well. So this has been a very interesting day. Obviously, with the teams that weren't able to perform very greatly into the semi-finals, they they are turning things up definitely, and they're making their mark as well. But for now, let's exactly see what is going to happen, because Sanhok is a map of unpredictability. Is a map of something that has been, I feel like, a map that can be anyone's map. So teams that have been not looking to perform really greatly, they should be able to perform. This could be a good chance for them to come up and to make up a jump for the top 10, maybe top 8 as well, especially the teams on the page number 2 with the 1 performance. Sanhok can come up to the page number 1. Even Astra Esports did that exactly for the did exactly that yesterday as well. So this is going to be very interesting on the map of Sanhok. Who exactly is going to win, what circles, which shift circle is going to take, and exactly how it's going to be. But after that we'll be done with the first rotation of the day. We'll coming back to the Erangel on the match number 4. Then we're coming back to the map Miramar on the map number 5. Then we'll be coming to the map number 6 of Sanhok again. So we left with 2 Sanhok, 1 Erangel, 1 Miramar. Obviously I'm hoping for a bit of early clash on the map of Sanhok. Unfortunately for yesterday, we didn't see exactly a lot of that, especially when we had 13 to 14 minutes of passive Sanhok. Things turned really messy and really wild after for the late part of the game. But for the first 14 minutes, I feel like it was very difficult. Well, it was very passive. Exactly, but for now we have a very weird circle coming up towards the north side, and now it's gonna be Tat, Mock and Khao area that's going to be center, and Paradise Resort is just going to be in the center with NBES just moving towards the Paradise Resort. I feel like this is gonna be very interesting to cast, obviously, with the teams just situated towards the side of Team Camp Alpha, Nakham and Bhan area. Those are the places that's gonna be are being populated right now. At the same time, Dogs is being team Bad Intention is in Dog, Team Strong Stronger Esports with Kampong, and there's a lot of team that is not within the circle right now. Obviously, Team Stronger can come from Lakavi to the Cap Bravo and towards the Mongnai area, and they can look to rotate towards the center of the circle. But we have TRZ 90 degree in front of us with Equinox Kage getting spotted and has taken a bit of damage to his side, but obviously TRZ is not able to secure that kill. A 90 degree has to be careful as he might just get spotted as well. Is looking to get back into the cover safety, or might just go for that knock again with a different from a different angle. But for now, Equinox is safely in the cover of boot camp. They're looking to loot right now, and that probably like they'll get their hands on a very great loot, as the camp like map of the city of boot camp offers some great loot, some great rotation points as well. Probably it's one of the best drop spot within the map of Sanhok. So Team Equinox is going to be very happy with this outcome, as they got almost 0 to none clash in this fight, 0 to little clash in this drop spot, and now they're just looking to loot and maybe rotate out after the like 5th or 6th minute of the game. But for them as well, it's not going to be an easy game, as the teams that like as the circle has taken a shift towards the area of Tatmog and Nachau. Obviously, but for now, looking at the side of Paradise Resort right now with Team NBES a bit towards the north to the center right now, with Team Classic right now coming from the south side, and every team out there, they are trying to rotate a bit early into the center part of the circle. This is why we see a massive side of like teams coming in from the every edge of the map or towards the center of the circle, obviously. And then looking at that, Team Equinox might just be looking to leave the boot camp really early, but that is one of the reasons, because this rotation we have seen a lot of fights happening. Damage going down at the head of Team Classic. Banzi and Hopeless is also bleeding right now. With VG gone on the backside, it's going to be very difficult. But Team Classic, fortunately for them, they are really right next to each other, where they can provide support. And now, right now, it can easily go for those multiple knocks as well. They obviously lost 2 of those players, but fortunately for them, they were able to revive them there. And then VG, they are not going to be happy with this outcome, as they have lost 2 of their players. One is also still bleeding, and 1 player being left behind. That's going to be VG gone. It's going to be, let's exactly see how exactly it's going to turn out. Obviously, Eric's spot at Kaz deals a lot of damage to him and is able to secure that elimination as well. And now Eric, with that shots coming in, he exactly know where the last player is going to be. So Team Classic might just be looking to rush those areas, and coming from the right and left was probably will be looking to secure that last elimination as well. Gon is in a good position in terms of like he has a cover, he has a good armor as well, he got like a great gun. But if Team Classic is just going to be rushing left and right, he's probably going to go down really quickly. Hopeless is still bleeding, probably somebody is like catering to him right now. At the same time, Team 1952 got their hands on 1 elimination. Team NBS also got their hand on 1 elimination as well. Other than that, it's not looking really great for a lot of their teams out there, as we have lost 5 players right at the start of the game. Especially for VG, they have almost like their game is almost over. Eric might just use the buggy and vehicle to rush to that area and probably spot out VG gone as well. Eric coming from the right side, going to be using that vehicle, trying to spot, but not exactly going for that knock. He's just trying to spot. VG gone, spotted through that window, takes just a tiny bit of damage. Has to be careful, as Eric might just use a nade. Gone also using a nade, like right now puts Eric down to 50% of his HP, but Gone coming out, going for those shots. It's just gonna be a matter like of just a matter of few seconds before his team will be eliminated, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Squad of like Victor Gaming getting eliminated near Paradise Resort at number 16 without securing a single elimination in the game. Bad intention towards that cave area. They're also looking to rotate and try to make their mark, but they are really far far away from the circle, 550 meters away from the circle. They have to be careful. MAKPEN on the other side, they are looking good in terms of like they got themselves a great position. They're also using vehicles right now to get themselves into a better spot, but they have to be careful as there's a dispersion between their two teammates. There's two teammates that is like right in front of them. The rest of the teammates are like behind the MAKPEN as well, and possibility they are just waiting for their teammates to unite. And after that, we might see a fight happening between Bad Intention and MAKPEN. But Illusio and Pelzang using their nades left and right and just making sure they are able to secure their any kind of knock, but have to be careful. Dylan and Craven, they're not really in a gay spot, but this is what we talk about. MAKPEN, the rest of the players coming in from the left side, they are able to, they want to go for that knocks as well. Illusio still in on the right side as well. Bad Intention, only two players just being in our right in our like field of vision. That means they're at a disadvantage right now with the Dylan almost very low in HP. Pasta cooking his nade from the left angle. If he's able to get that nade in that little shack, he's probably able to secure that knock. But MAKPEN has to be careful as he can come in from left and right, and they're like as the Bad Intention could be hiding because behind some rocks and might just be able to pull off a 1v2 or a 1v1 as well and put off a MAKPEN in a bit of a disadvantage for now. Bad Intention, Dylan also coming from the left side as well, but this is the rest of Bad Intention also coming in and joining this fight, so it's gonna be an eventual 4v4 that is just waiting to happen. Also, but the nade coming from the Dylan side put Momo down, and now Dylan want to make sure that he want to go for that knock. Illusio uses that nade right in front of me. Possibly Dylan is going to dodge that. That's the last nade on the side of the Bad Intention Dylan, and probably going to put Team MAKPEN in a difficult position. For now, Momo also like bites the dust. There's a Grenadier elimination gone on the side of Bad Intention. Still a 3v4 and being favored for the Team Bad Intention. But Team MAKPEN, they weren't looking for this kind of engagement as they were like they entered this fight with the hope of securing multiple in elimination, but losing one of their players put them in a bad spot. Especially now they cannot get out of this fight. But for both of these teams, the circle is gonna be coming in shortly, and you have been committing to this fight for a really long time. At the same time, a lot of other teams, they are just holding those positions, holding the center of the circle right now. They're trying to rotate early into the circle, so that will put you at a disadvantage in the later part of the game. But Bad Intention still, they are coming from left and right, and the player goes down on the side of Team MAKPEN. That's just left two of them. Dylan tried to go out and spot one of those players, has the shotgun in his hand, is able to take the third player down. Illusio is also knocked down. That only leaves the last player, and the Bad Intention is just going to be scouting those areas left and right, going up and down, just to try to make sure they are able to secure any kind of knocks. That is it. Bad Intention, one by one, they're able to eliminate the whole of the squad out from the game, and that's two squads being eliminated from the game. It's not going to be an interesting start to the interesting mid part of the day, especially for MAKPEN, as they don't have a very good day in general. But for now, A1 and B Esports, they got their eyes set on B Esports with the Yuk caught out in the open. He is like finding himself cover behind the trees and behind those little rocks as well. But as fortunately for him, Sketch wasn't able to spot him out as he was rotating or as he was leaving his cover. A1 and B, Sketch, he's really far away from his team as he's the only player in his compound, and even the hitman, the second last player from his team, is a bit far away. So I feel like this the bit of dispersion is a bit weird, especially the two players also not being like getting eliminated from the game is like put Team A1 and B in a very difficult position. B Esports, they lost Dexter A, but they still have their three of their players together as well. So possibility if they spot any one of the players from A1 and B, they might just rush A1 and B, take him down as well, and completely wipe A1 and B from the game of Sanhok. But for now, we have like 10 minutes passed, like 51 players remaining and 14 teams still alive. B Esports coming in and trying to make sure they're still surviving, but B Esports needs to be careful as they were trying to rotate into the circle. UK spotted, has been taken down and probably is gonna get eliminated from the game. B Esports on the other side, they are gonna be things are gonna get very difficult for them. But looking at the circle going towards the north side is going to be Tat Mok, Predator Resort and Mong Nai, the areas that are going to be hit. Unfortunately for all of these teams, we still have the water area that have limited the play area in general, making sure that we see a lot of those clashes coming in. The south side is still being contested a lot. Win Team Equinox, Team B Esports and Team A1 and B contesting the south part of the map. Bad Intention is just going to use this time to avoid any kind of the fight, probably just try to rotate from exactly from the position Team Stronger Esports have have tried to rotate in from the right side, Camp Bravo, and then from the area to Mongnad, and probably they're not going to be pushing too much into the center part of the map, as it is already being contested and populated a lot. But for now, NBES and 1952, especially NBES, they are in the center of the map. They're looking really good, and they're able to secure one more elimination for themselves. And for now, I feel like if the circle takes a shit to their side as well, we might see a chicken dinner coming on their side, but it's a bit early to say that, especially being unpredictable shift that we have seen from the circles today. But look at the Seal Esports right now. Look at that rotation. Look at them coming from the south angle towards that east side. It's not going to be an easy rotation. They might have just taken a lot of damage from the circle, but it's a big rotation, using the board to come in from the crossing, making a circle across the whole map. That was quite a wonderful performance from their side. But Team Classic, they got themselves a good spot within the circle. Team NBS, probably one of the strongest squad right now in this game, as they have one of the prime spots within the circle, and they're the 4 players alive with a decent loot still existing. And that's a very nice dispersion of 1-1 with Sek in the center, and Tumonda and Akazai on the left side as well. Also Fist Boy on the right side, Akazai on the left side. So it's going to be a good dispersion on their side, where they have the most map controls in general. But for now, Team Classic right now, they're still team with 4 players alive. Let's see Team NB Esports. They are going to be holding that position. 13 teams remaining, 48 players are alive, 4 teams have been eliminated. Team damage is for the Team Classic 795. Let's see exactly what's going to happen. And we have like 3800 damage of the total match damage have been dealt left and right for these teams. But for now, Hopeless has got his aim set on Fist Boy, but the distance is going to be too much between these two teams. Let's see exactly what's going to happen. But I feel like it might be just damage dealt from either side, but probably not a knock coming in. But for now, look at that, Team Classic and both for Team NB Esports, both of them are just trying to hold that position and hold that position within the circle. They have no incentive to go out of their way to go for those fight, to go for those rotation as well. And I can understand, especially for the side of Team NBS, as they were looking right in, like they're holding the center part of the map. They have no incentive to go out of their ways to go for this fight. Possibly the circle is going to be closing into them, but we have the third circle coming in, and it's going to answer a lot of questions exactly where it's going to take a shift. Oh, look at that, and it's gonna get very interesting. We're still having the 50% of the water area, 50% of the play land. Nobody is in the center right now, and every team is on the outskirts of the map. This is going to cause for the major rotation coming in. Team Stronger Esport will be the first one to make a rotation, and being followed by Akhazai and the rest of NBS. Team Bad Intention probably is going to push a bit early as well. Team SITM coming from the left side. These are the 4 teams that is going to be probably holding the edge, the center of the circle. And let's see Team 1952 as well, and possibly they're also looking to rotate towards a bit towards the center, but by not using any kind of vehicle, but just going to be using those bear force to push into the center part of the map. But it's gonna get very interesting. Team NBAS Akhazai tried to rotate too much into the circle, probably gets spotted as well, and now has to go into the water as well. At the same time, he has very low HP. One more shot on the side of Team Stronger Esports and can put the team NBS Akhazai out of the game.
RZ, what's up, man? It's here, and what a game we have on our hands, and what a ring to start things off here. I mean, really interesting, and we do see Stronger Esports just laying into NB here. NB just having 2 players up.
Obviously, I feel like Dayojo, thank you for joining us. It's turning out to be a wonderful game for a lot of those teams, especially for the Stronger Esports. The way they have rotated towards the north part of the circle, and the way the circle is turning out to be, it has been a very interesting piece of interesting game as well. And these teams that would get dropped toward the southern part of the map is getting very difficult for all of these teams. But for now, Team Stronger Esports, they're looking really good with 4 players alive.
Indeed, and I mean, I've been watching the first couple of games also, right? And what was interesting was that SITM has not been able to perform or live up to the expectations that we had for them, and NB Esports the same story. And now again to start things off, NB has lost a couple of players. I feel like the rings haven't favored them. Also, I feel like they have been a bit unlucky, but SITM and NB both weren't teams that were too bothered by how the rings kind of came in, but they were able to go in and go for these initial engagements and get those elimination points, and then be able to rotate into the ring even in bad situations and be able to claim those placement points as well. So it's definitely interesting to see. But what I absolutely love is that BIT has stepped up. We have B Esports stepping up to the game as well since the semi-finals, and then come yesterday we didn't see the greatest of performance. But meanwhile, we do have an engagement here. We have Dobu spotting out Alpha here. Yeah, we do have 2A being spotted by SITM. There are a little bit of shots here and there, a little bit of damage, but no real knocks coming. They are down to the 3 players here, but I think there was 1 knock there. In the meantime, Stronger Esports are also looking at SITM, so it's a 3-way fight here between SITM, Stronger, and 2A right here. But again, it's I mean, it is the ring, right? RZ, I feel like this is one of the weirdest rings that we have across the semifinals and the finals.
Yeah, I feel like this is like the teams that qualify into the final. But for now, I feel like SITM, though, after losing their players right now, it's gonna be a difficult game for them. The way they're rotating the circle. But for Team Astra Esports, they had a decent last game of the yesterday. But for now, they aren't able to continue that momentum with the 1 player going down. Domi also taking damage from the blue zone as well. He's gonna bite that. So also Bailing going down at the hand of Dobu. That only lifts behind the Team Astra Esports 1 by 1. They're losing their players, and it's just gonna be a matter of just feel like seconds or minute before all of the team might be wiped out from the game. But for now, SITM, as much as they like eliminating players from the game, they still have to rotate 300 meters into the circle, and that's not gonna be an easy job with 12 teams alive except them.
Yeah, and of course, we do have a couple of results being attempted here, but SITM is going to be trying to put a stop to it if they have anything to say about it. And meanwhile, we do have NB Esports in a bit of a fight as well. I think it was against, if I'm not mistaken, it was against TRZ. In the meantime, we have Team Classic also in a little bit of trouble. They have lost 1 player already, and 1 player is knocked, so down to their last 2 as well. In the meantime, SITM is moving across, and like you said, they do have to rotate into the ring as well. And again, they have to work at getting these placement points, which they haven't been able to do. They had a really good day yesterday. I was watching the games, even though I wasn't here to cast them. I was watching the games, and they had a really solid day. And for me, the best surprise was NB coming out so strong after day 1 yesterday. But so far we haven't seen a lot from them for day number 2 here of the grand finals, but hopefully we do have more matches to come. I mean, this is still the 3rd map of the day. We have another 3 maps remaining, so probably as the day goes on, we might see these very strong teams like SITM and NB Esports try and make a comeback. But right now, as the score stands, we have BIT with 5 eliminations. We have Team Classic with 5 eliminations. TRZ also, entering the fray here with 4 eliminations to boot as well. Meanwhile, though, we do have a couple of teams out. My biggest disappointment probably has been from Victor Gaming. In the meantime, we do have an engagement here. We have Team Opex taking on NB Esports. They did have a player going down, has a line of sight here. It was Fantastic who did have a line of sight, does not get the knock though. In the meantime, we do have TRZ joining the fray as well. So again, it's a 3-way fight into this TRZ, pressuring Opex on the right side. And in the meantime, though, they do have another team pushing in here. It is going to be GSM, and with that, Opex is going to be eliminated. Another disappointing finish for them in this map number 3 for the day. And Gremlin is going to be able to get a kill point there, or an elimination point there, and it was with their last man standing. In the meantime, Team Classic gets eliminated after the performance and after the chicken dinner from last game around. It is a pretty early exit for them, and in the meantime, we have more teams getting eliminated. Things have really started, coming together here with this weird ring, which they're all trying to navigate, and teams are going down left, right, and center. But the squads who are ahead are going to be TRZ and BIT. And in the meantime, as I say that, NB Esports, the leader of the overall scoreboard, will also get taken out. So multiple squads down to the last man, including Steel. as well as Astra as well as 1952. Also, Equinox are down to the last man. Only 3 teams with a full 4-man squad. It's going to be stronger TRZ and BIT. BIT also 10 eliminations here. And what a performance! And definitely, I think a lot of these performance for this team has to go to Matt RZ. I think his performance has been absolutely insane throughout the semi-finals and now coming into the finals and also performing. This man is an absolute beast.
Obviously, and now, but unfortunately for him, as we were discussing him, he has went down and got knocked down really far away, and probably is gonna get eliminated as he's very low on HP, and probably the bad intention player has no way seen him right now. And obviously, there's a wonderful spray coming from Farhad in generally, but Team Stronger Esports is looking very good right now, from especially their position within the circle. They're holding the north side of the map, and they are just trying to eliminate their competition one by one by using that comfortable position. But TRZ 19 degree, unexpected for him, as he get knocked down by somebody from outside the circle, and Kage at the same time is gonna get make sure that he secures that kill. Unfortunate for Team TRC, as they didn't expect that one player outside the blue zone is looking for popping those first aid kit, and before he was gonna go down, he secures one more elimination for himself as well. And TRC, they might just put themselves might have just gotten themselves really far away from the chicken dinner, as the Team Stronger Esports is the only team right now with 4 players alive. Team Bad Intention also lost Dylan. Their key player, Team TRZ, also lost 90 degree. And now we have Team Stronger Esports with 4 players alive. But we have at the same time Team GSM and 2A. They have only 1 player alive in this game. So it's not going to be an easy job for them. As I was pointing that out, the 2A will also leave the game.
Indeed, and the interesting part here is, even though Strong Esports does have the numbers, they don't have the eliminations to fight up against BITX in terms of the overall scoreboard at the end of the game. I feel like if BITX can get second place here, even though Stronger Esports with the numbers, they might take the chicken dinner. It's way too soon to tell, because they do have to fight up against the squads of TRZ as well as BIT. But if it does happen, I still feel like BIT might just come off ahead in the overall points. But in the meantime, a good spray coming out from Momba. Doing a bit of damage on the BIT here, taking a little bit of damage, but not really getting any knocks here. BIT, of course, they did lose their main man. We do have Sid here healing up and trying to go back to Strong. It's putting the pressure onto BIT as well. So multiple pressure being played out here from the squad, and BIT is in a whole lot of trouble. And TRZ, BIT is in peaks at the right time. Mamba will get knocked.
But unfortunately for Team Bad Intention as well, losing Dylan is not really a great spot. But Frost has also taken a lot of damage from their Sam. Sam is trying to spot Rolla also, and deals a lot of damage. But 7, before he's able to go into this cover, he is able to take down one of the players from Bad Intention. Despite the fact that 7 Rolla is very low on HP, they still have the numbers advantage with the Mehdi going down. Team Bad Intention is not going to be happy with that outcome. Without the same time, one player left on the side of Bad Intention is going to be Craven with a blue zone just right behind him. 4 first aid kit. He's been pinned down on the one side of the map. It's just gonna be an easy game for Team Stronger Esports. Rolla coming from the right side. He wanna get a different angle on Team Bad Intention Cravens, and for now it's gonna be a 1v4. Rolla tries to spot the last play from the Bad Intention. He's able to do that, and that's the second chicken dinner in 3 games from coming from the Stronger Esports right now, where they got themselves really great game as well, and that will definitely give them a huge boost in overall standing.
Indeed, and what a performance coming out from Stronger Esports. And I think you and Nikhil both were talking about the fact that Stronger Esports haven't been able to perform, and now they come back and get the chicken dinner here, and with a decent amount of elimination points to back them up as well. Bad Intentions, I feel like still overall they might be ahead in the scoreboard at the end of this match, just because of the sheer number of eliminations that they had. They had I think 12 or 13 eliminations by the end of that game. We'll have to wait and see, but it was an absolutely insane performance coming out from Strong Esports. They stayed strong, and they did manage to work as a team to close it out, and that's exactly the boost of confidence that they are going to require going into the last 3 games of the day as well, and to try and climb up. And this is actually going to put them I think quite far up in the overall scoreboard as well, RZ.
Obviously, we will have the team standing as well, like team stats right in front of us in a few moments right now, and we'll see exactly Team Stronger Esport perform in this game and how individually they contributed to their team performing. But we have Sino at number one with 3 elimination, 434 damage. Then we have Rola with 2 elimination with 592 damage. Then we have Farhad at number 3 with 2 damage and 2 elimination and 322 damage. Then we have 7 at number 1 with the second most damage in this in their team right now. Unfortunately for him, he was only able to secure 1 elimination. But team looking at Team Stronger right now, it wasn't just one player or one sided performance by one of those players. It was equally distributed among their team, and it was a wonderful collective performance by the side of Team Stronger Esport. The way their rotation, like I feel like Team Stronger Esport have been very lucky with the circle taking shifts towards the northern part of the map. Their rotations became so easy. They have always been able to find themselves a drop, like a great spot within the center of the circle after their rotation.
Indeed, and I think what you said there was key. It is not just one player, right? Stronger Esports across the board. I think the 4 players got together and put up a really good performance there. And meanwhile, we do have the head-to-head in terms of eliminations. I did speak about this. Bad Intention X has 13 elimination and does have the higher number of damage, even though in terms of assist, Stronger Esports is ahead. Now, the interesting question here is whether it is going to be enough to put Bad Intention X above Stronger Esports in the overall standings for match 9, or whether it is still going to be enough to keep them ahead. In the meantime, we do have the top player comparison here. We do have obviously yet again Matt in the fray here against Sanhok on the side of Stronger Esports. 5 eliminations to 3, 565 damage to 434, 274 damage received to the 4 knockouts versus 3, but survival time obviously going in favor of Stronger Esports Sanhok. But yet again, just Matt, man, this guy is absolutely insane. Just outperforming across the board. I feel like this team might be unstoppable. I think if the team could maybe work together a little bit better, I think the teamwork is what they're lacking a little bit in. If you take them and put them head to head with the performance that we have seen in the semifinals and then now during the finals as well. If you put them against the teams like SITM or NB Esports who have performed really well and among the top 5 coming in from the semifinals, I think what is lacking for BIT is that they don't work well around Matt, and I feel like they should work on the teamwork a little bit more. I feel like this team can go the absolute distance.
Obviously, but we have the match summary in front of us with the team like Dylan obviously dominating the highest elimination, having like he got 5 of them. Then we have Siam with the highest damage. Then we have Eric at number highest assists with 3 of them. Then we have GSM still short. Obviously, I didn't expect to see him at the same time, obviously, but he was outside the circle pulling those first 8 kits off. Then we have Bad Intention Siam with the highest knockout. I mean, as much as it was the Team Stronger Esports game, Bad Intention also had a wonderful day and a wonderful map of Sanhok, as they got themselves some really great eliminations, some great damage dealt as well, and they got themselves on the top 2 spot as well. So that means 12 survival points for their team. But I want to see exactly how many elimination points they have been able to secure for their team in generally. But it's gonna be very interesting to see how Bad Intention shape. At the same time, as we were talking about Team Stronger Esport, the way they have shaped up, the way they have jumped onto the overall ranking as well, and is continuously able to do so with the consistent back-to-back performances. I feel like Bad Intention is the team I want to exactly see how at what position do they lie on overall ranking.
Indeed, and with that, we do have the MVP for match number 9, and it's none other than Matt himself with 5 eliminations coming in with 565 damage with a survival time of 20 minutes and 36 seconds. And what a performance! He averages 4 eliminations, but this man has 5 in game number 9. And absolutely insane, right? I mean, we did see him pop off for the side of Bad Intention X during the semi-finals, and now he's doing the exact same for the finals. And we're looking at the top players here. We do have Sim here joining the fray, as well as number 2 player. We have 90 from TRZ Esports as well. We have Equinox Kage Gigi in 4th place, as well as Senna coming in at 5th here. I think it goes back to Stronger Esports just not having 1 star, but overall being really good in terms of that teamwork to try and bring this game and managing to get the chicken dinner as well.
You are right, but we have like the way Bad Intention Dylan has been playing throughout the day, throughout the semi-finals and the finals. This man is an absolute beast. Might just deserve something better than Bad Intention itself, but the way he stands out from the rest of his teammates is quite impressive and quite astonishing at the same time. That's how someone solely can perform so perfectly. At the same time, when you talk about Team Stronger Esports and especially we talk about A1 and B, SITM, it's never been an individual performance. All of them are performing together. All of them are strong collectively. But Bad Intention Dylan, he's crazy in a, just as a player alone as well. The way like gets 5 or 6 elimination, he makes it look so easy for himself. This man is gonna be going to some like really great places as well. But we have the highlights like we will have the highlights in front of us in a few moments as well, and we want to see exactly how it's going to turn out. But Team Classic like obviously went on VG as right at the start of the game, where they were able to take all of the VG out of the game at the first time, and this was MAKPEN also losing their fight with Bad Intention. At the same time, they were the one exactly to rush Bad Intention, but Bad Intention proved to be a very strong like team and shouldn't be messed with this like that.
Indeed, and we are looking at how SITM was putting the pressure onto, I think it was 2A there, and in the meantime, Stronger Esports, I think they did manage to grab themselves a really decent position at the start of the game, and ring positioning really helping them out. But let's take a look at the damage graph as well, and how let's have a look at how the damage distribution is overall between the teams. I feel like Bad Intention X is going to be ahead in terms of damage to the ratio. If you take it right, the damage to elimination ratio, I feel like Bad Intention X is going to be the team ahead. But I think Stronger Esports overall, I think they got 8 eliminations, so I feel like they are going to be up there as well. So damage distribution not as even as a last game, but look at that Bad Intention X with 2082 damage to that 13 elimination, and Stronger Esports, even though they are pretty close in terms of damage, only managing to get 8 elimination, and TRZ having done less damage, managing to grab themselves 9 eliminations as well. I think overall, I think the distribution wise, I feel like it hasn't been very even considering the previous game that we had, which was match number 8. But in this particular game, it was just Bad Intentions X as well as the Stronger Esports, just complete domination. TRZ also really coming up alive on that on this day number 2 of the grand finals. But yeah, like I said, overall match standings here for match 9, it is going to be Bad Intention X taking that top spot with 13 eliminations and 12 placement points, with an overall 25 total points to boot. Stronger Esports, even though they did get the chicken dinner, they only did get 8 eliminations, so they will come in at second here with 23 points, and TRZ following up close behind with 17. And Victor Gaming MAKPEN, again, not the best of game. I'm like, Victor Gaming was a squad that I was looking out for. It was a squad that did give those flashy performances, but they haven't been able to perform on these grand finals day number 1 and 2. But let's have a look at the overall standings as well, and how this has affected and how TRZ and Stronger Esports have moved forward with the points that they managed to grab here.
Exactly, but for now, Victor Gaming is on the bottom, RGC at number 15, then we have MAKPEN at number 14 with 47 points, and Team 1952, Astra Esports, they are losing their position continuously, but with TRZ Gremlin having back-to-back consistent performances, they are on number 10 and 11 with 62 and 63 points. Team B Esports is at number 9 with of 64 points. Obviously, the competition is very close. We have 5 teams lining up between 59 and 64 points in generally, but Stronger Esports back-to-back chicken dinner have put themselves in a good spot right now. That is not something that should be very happy about right now. They still got a lot of distance to cover. They still got a lot of things to do right now. They have like 69 points right now with position number 8, and if they want to end their day on a good note, they should look to end their day in the top 5, where Team Seal Esports A1 and B is residing right now. But look at that Bad Intention with their back-to-back consistent performances. They are at number 3, and that has pushed SITM from number 2 to number 7 now.
Yeah, and SITM was that top dogs to beat coming in from the semifinals as well. I think they had a massive lead coming in from the semifinals into the grand finals, and they haven't been able to put out the same performance. But having said that, SITM is a squad that takes their time. They do perform reasonably consistently. I feel like always getting a bit of eliminations, getting a bit of placement points, and then suddenly boom, you're like back to back chicken dinners. I think that's what happened during semifinals as well, where the first three games to start things off, they were not really outshining anyone, and then the last three games of the day they went three chicken dinners in a row. So I feel like they are squad still to be feared, but I feel like a lot of attention is on them as well in terms of the squad to watch out for. I feel like their landing spots might be contested, and their rotations might also be contested here. But let's take a look at the top performance. And as expected, Matt or Dylan from Bad Intention X with 9 matches, 22 eliminations, equal by Sanhok 6 from Team Classic here with 22 eliminations as well. And mind you, I think at the start of the day, Matt wasn't even in the top performance, and by the end of game number 3, he's already number 1. What do you think about this, RZ here? I mean, Matt getting to that number 1 spot, even not even being in the top 5 places, and now already number 1 in the top performance.
I mean, that is gonna be a very interesting thing to say. That is like interesting thing about his team, like not being in that top position and while being in the top performer. That's like exactly not a very great outcome. But for now, we would like to discuss this a bit more as we have like the match number 4 of the day 2 in front of us. That's going to total match number 10, and we have the plane going from the Yasnia Polyana toward the side of hospital. We almost had the same plane path for the match number 1, where the teams were, where the circle was preferring toward the northern part of the map, and it closed out towards the areas of between Salber and Yasnia. We might see a circle coming up like that as well, but the southern part of the map, where there's like Sosnovka military base and Novropinoy, is not gonna be hit at all. At the same time, Team Equinox is not gonna be happy because they like to play those areas.
Yeah, but it is overall going to be a very even spread across Erangel here, and it's going to be an interesting one, right? Because with this even spread, I feel like depending on the ring, certain teams are going to be in a bit of trouble. And I strongly esports, they're going to their usual drop locations. We have the obviously again, after having played one full day of these maps twice, and now this is actually the 4th time we are seeing Erangel. And I feel like all the teams do generally know everyone else's drop locations as well. So what is going to be interesting as the days go on is whether teams will be looking to contest certain other teams' drop locations is going to be the question. But what an interesting ring. Teams are coming in from the east are going to be in a bit of a pickle. They do have quite a bit to cover, but overall, to start things off, it's an interesting ring. And I feel like team 2A is going to be in a really good spot here, including TRZ, who have got themselves into the middle of the ring. So really decent ring coming, even for the squads of B Esports as well as BITX here. I feel like this is a decent ring to start things off.
And obviously, for like a lot of teams, it seems like to be a good like game right now with the Bad Intention Team 2A TRZ, the way they've situated, the way they've dropped into the center of the circle. Things obviously, as you mentioned a bit earlier, towards the eastern part of the map, it might get difficult. But for now, Team Seal Esports, right next to Team Equinox as well, they are looking to enter to the southern island. Probably want to loot the military base and over Pinoy, and later part, maybe 10 or 9 minutes into the game, they want to enter the circle again by using the bridge right next to Ferry Pier. So that might be their plan, and generally obviously they can enter the edge of the circle, but going from that position towards the center of the circle where TRZ Team 1952 is generally residing, that's going to be a difficult thing to do. Obviously it's not going to be easy rotation for a lot of these teams if they are looking to hold the center of the circle, as the teams are very equally dispersed across the map as well. So there's not a lot of areas that you're looking to play right now. But for now, SITM, they are looking Yasnia Team Stronger Esports, they are the farthest away from the circle, and it's not going to be an easy game for them as well. If they try to come into the circle from the east side, the most possible option option for them, for like the safest option for them would be going towards the Stalba area, maybe coming from Severny side, where they have to just avoid VG in generally, and maybe find themselves a great spot towards the west side of the Georgia pool, and maybe take it from there as well for now, because coming from the east side, while all of the teams are making a cluster towards the east side, is going to be the most difficult thing.
Indeed, and what you mentioned about the teams heading towards, I think it was Team Equinox who was heading towards military players. If they are looking to cross the bridge through Fairpier, they are going to be in a bit of trouble. This can be gate kept, right? I feel like the ring, how it is situated right now, loves a team to be gate keeping that. In the meantime, we have Gremlin, we have 046 in a bit of a scuff here against BIT. I'm not sure whether they know that this player is here.
Gremlin right now with 046 on the right side. Craven's trying to come up for that shot, like he has cooked that nade as well. I mean, if he gets it connected, but Mehdi gets a bit aggressive, doesn't realize that he was in a bit of a very risky situation, goes down at the hand of 046, but now he's very low on HP. Bad intentions, trying to spot their players here, but Craven also got caught out, takes a lot of damage, has to go back safely into the cover, but unfortunately for him, he should try to close the door before he's putting off those bandits. Unfortunately for him as well, like he doesn't have a first aid kit in his backpack, but for now Bad Intention is bleeding right now. Mehdi still not surviving. Still shot gets spotted at the hand of Dylan. Dylan doesn't have a really great gun. AKM at this distance not really does do much. Mimo is also on the left side, but it's just Bad Intention. Dylan coming with that SMG, probably the closer range, he's able to do a lot of the damage to this team, but now Memo takes Craven out as well, and Bad Intention is not looking really good. It's going to be a 2v4 right now with the Bad Intention. Dylan also gets spotted, but unfortunately for him as well, he's also down to 10% HP. It seems like a Gremlin Esports game all over against Siam. If he is able to get that nade connected, might just deal a lot of damage, but no, it's gonna be a big fight. No, Dylan goes down as well. That leaves only Siam behind, and just gonna be Gremlin. It's gonna be a few moments before Gremlin gonna be charging up on you right now. He's gonna be trying to spot you, gonna take you down, but he's just hoping he doesn't get spotted.
Indeed, what a start that Gremlin is having here with getting multiple kills, and in the meantime, he's also down to extremely low. He gets one knock, what a play, but in the end, it is going to be BIT, the squad that has been dominating, eliminated to start things off on map number 4 for the day here on Erangel, and I felt like they had the advantage there, but Gremlin pushing back quite strong, and I feel like the lack of loot also, I don't think BIT did have the required heals to try and take that fight, and they just took way too much damage during the early engagement, and they just could not heal back up to 4 to try and fight it. So with that, Gremlin does manage to grab themselves 4 elimination points here, but that was probably the only fight that we will see for some time. Also, RZ, I feel like Erangel has been one of these maps where, you know, things are quite standard, right? You might have, you know, maximum 1 or 2 fights, but it is not chaos. I feel like there's a lot of strategy that can be employed. There are different ways of playing this map, and depending on the ring, there are different rotations that you can make. I feel like it's a very balanced and even map for any team to try and, you know, make something work.
But one thing that we have seen multiple times throughout these 2 whole days is Gremlin Esports taking those early engagements again and again. And while we went to the grand finals, they lost like 3 out of 4, maybe 3 out of those engagements. Like they got wiped out, right? And like we was the first team to get wiped from the game. But that didn't stop them from doing again and again and again. Going to the last game of the yesterday, they were able to get secure a first win in the early clash, and now today as well they were able to secure eliminate the whole squad of Bad Intention, who were looking really good, had a train of momentum in the last 2 games, and were able to wipe them out from the map of Erangel. So in generally, Team Gremlin Esports as the time is passing by, match by match, they are looking really good. They're improving by match, and obviously this is a team that might just get themselves into top 5 or 4 by the way that things are shaping up for them. But for now, Team SITM, after losing Desert right now, they are just going back to Yasnia Polyana. But in generally, that's not a place you want to be in when the circle is trying to move towards Gatkar Query side.
Indeed, I think they are just trying to cut their losses and find a different way to be able to head into the ring. Maybe, yeah, they are looking for a different rotation into the ring by the looks of it. In the meantime, Victor Gaming, a squad that we really have not seen perform, and this man gone did have an absolutely bonkers semi-final. Did have some really good games. I think he had the highest single person eliminations in a game. I think he went up to 11 or 12 eliminations in a game. I think that was the highest that we saw from a single player in the semi-finals. And I feel like Victor Gaming has been overall quiet. They did manage to pick up an early elimination onto SITM, but other than that, for this particular game, they have been quite silent. In the meantime, gone. Sorry, it is Damage who was looking for yet another elimination onto SITM. SITM is getting pressured a bit. They really need to be able to move out of here. But Victor Gaming has been gatekeeping them for some time, and it's going to be still Damage looking at this entire area, and they are looking to move out. In the meantime, Warzone might actually run into stronger esports. In the meantime, we have a stop on the middle of the bridge here, and we do have a knock onto Seal here. Seal will lose a player and will be down 2 here taking this fight. And smokes are going to be laid down by 1952 to try and recover a bit of loot as well. And I think Nikhil was making a joke to the fact that 1952 are a bit old, but they are looking to prove us wrong here with their performance coming in this game, already putting in the deeps against a squad which is within the top 5. I think, if I'm not mistaken, still was within the top 5. So really bringing their A game here on the side of 1952 to try and put pressure onto these teams in the top 5. And I think a lot of the teams are going to be happy as soon as they see one of these top 5 teams lose a player or get eliminated. This is really good for the rest of the lobby, because you are keeping the top 5 within striking distance by continuously making sure that they do have a bad game. But in the meantime, we have Victor Gaming up in a fight yet again against SITM. SITM down to 3. So in a bit of a pickle here, because they are outnumbered, but we have multiple teams moving in now to try and third party this as well.
SITM, they have to be careful after losing one of their players, with especially VG on the right in front of him. One player from the VG is like right behind him, so he has a flag angle as well. And if SITM doesn't have an idea that VG plays right there, then it might just prove to be really difficult. VG gone, he gets spotted by QB. QB has wonderful games and exactly knew where the player of VG was. Giro coming from the left side has taken Warzone out. QB gets the knock, like the elimination as well. Now we have 2 players down on the side of VG, leaving Eric Cast in a very difficult situation with his teammate. But for now, SITM Giro is just not looking to fight VG right now. He has his aim set on team NBS on the right side, on the top of that mountain, trying to secure any kind of knock if he can. But SITM, they have to be careful with the QB, especially being a dispersed a little bit far away from his teammate. That VG damage and recast, how long can you survive? And SITM from the right side, the Giro from the left side as well, they might just get them from the different angles. And recast, as soon as he make any kind of careless smoke, he might just get caught out. But now NBS also coming into this fight, they're just trying to find a very good, like relatively a good opportunity for themselves in terms of third partying. And if they want to commit, they want to make sure that they all like get some good elimination without losing a single play. It's not going to be easy with the way the team things are looking for SITM, the way they are taking this fight. But for now, the circle is going to be coming in 55 meters into the circle, and team VG has to leave this position to make sure they go into the circle.
Yeah, they are quite close to it, at least for this particular ring. But like I said, I think NB is looking to try and third party this, and SITM as well as Victor Gaming both need to be very careful of how they do take this engagement, because they are currently SITM is ahead in numbers, but you don't want to be wiping out VG to have yourself third partied by NB. So they are trying to take these safer engagements rather than going full on out with their numbers advantage against Victor Gaming. But the next ring is going to be the one that is going to interest the most to see who does have the better positioning here. But in the meantime, Victor Gaming here still outside the ring, and SITM gatekeeping them perfectly here.
VG still taking a lot of damage from the blue zone. Obviously, shots coming in from SITM side and BES has put them in a difficult spot. Damage probably gonna pull off that some kind of healing to get himself into a safer position. But VG, they are just extending their life by some very thin threads, as they don't have a lot of room to work with right now. They got surrounded by a lot of teams, they're left and right. But for now, talking about SITM and NBES, as they are within the circle, that's great. But they're still 500 meters away from the circle or the edge of the white circle. For now, they have to go into the circle. They have to make a rotation. They cannot commit themselves onto the side of VG. SITM realizes that as soon as they can, they got themselves a good vehicle, try to rotate out. This takes a bit of damage, but fortunately for them, good news, they got themselves into the cover and now they can make a move into the circle as well. VG on the other side as well, try to do that as well, but 6 spots damage takes him down. Alcaz also takes a lot of damage, one more shot on his side and he probably get knocked on. Mondo uses all of his DP28 bullets but couldn't put him out of the game. But VG damage, he's gonna bite the dust. That leaves only one player, a cast on the side of VG. Not a happy news for them, as he might just go down while rotating or after the rotation.
Indeed, but with that we have 1952. 1952 does have 2 eliminations. SITM, even though they are down 1, they do have 2 eliminations under their belt. What is going to be interesting to see is how because right now we do have a 15 squad still up, right? We have only lost PITX and we are into the 3rd ring as well. So action wise, we haven't had a lot. But as I said, that we have Gremlin getting a knock on to A1 and B here. In the meantime, they do get another knock. I think it was onto MAKPEN as well. So taking multiple engagements in the meantime. And SITM was almost about to run in to Victor Gaming, the last man alive. It is going to be a curse to lose. Are going to be pressured by Dobu and they will get the elimination, and with that we do lose Victor Gaming in 15th place, and yet again another disappointing finish for them on their side. Team that has not lived up to the expectations of that semi-finals. In the meantime, they will recover the player here. I think it was QB who had got knocked, but he will be recovered safely by Jerome before they start making their rotation back into the ring. Again, I really love how SITM plays, especially from behind when they are in a really bad situation, how they work together to try and come back, the different angles that they take, the different line of sights that they look for into the enemy. I feel like overall they are one of the better teams and probably one of my favorite team in terms of their performance as well as teamwork.
B Esports right now, they are looking decent in this game, as they have been like 4 players alive after the 16 minutes of the game. They have not been they didn't participate in any of those fights. They're just looking to hold, they trying to get themselves into the safer part of the circle. Unfortunately for their bad news, they're not within the circle, 400 meters away. At the same time, they have SITM right next to them. They've also Team Stronger Esport right in close proximity with them right as well. So they have to make sure that they don't commit themselves into this fight and try to find themselves a good spot within the circle. It's not going to be easy to do so. As I was pointing out, it's not going to be Stronger Esport, except it's going to be OPX who's just right next to them. The shots are being landed on B Esport and they're just surviving despite that fact. SITM Geo is taking a lot of damage from the blue zone, needs to pull off a first aid kit and move into the circle. I feel like there's a buggy right next to you which you can use that, but for now Dobu spots the player for B, takes him down out of the vehicle and is going to put an end to his reign right now. And B Esport, they will be unhappy with that outcome, especially they are not going to be they were looking to rotate into the circle really without losing a single player. But Stronger Esports, they're coming from the north side. This might be the only fight they might have to see. B Esports coming in, trying to rotate from that angle, takes one of the players down from the Stronger Esports. 7-6 also a lot of damage. It's not going to be an easy fight. He goes down. Farhad and Cena is the only one left behind. Cena tries to retaliate some kind of utility as well. Scooby on the left side, on the behind, tries to deal a lot of damage to Team Stronger Esports. They are bleeding one by one. Dexter on the front foot, he's also cooking some nade. Scooby is going to use that time to pull off some first aid kit, but Team B Esports, even with 2 players alive, they're dealing a lot of damage to Stronger Esports. Fortunately for Stronger right now, they have still 2 players surviving.
And with that, Equinox will get eliminated while all that was happening. But what an interesting fight here. B does have only 2 players and he's going to get pressured by Stronger Esports. And as I say that, we do lose a Hopeless from Team Classic here. And Stronger Esports do actually lose Senna there. This 2-man squad from the Esports, a bit of work, and they get knock on to Farhad as well. And Team Classic in the meantime will get eliminated by TRZ. Dexter is the only man alive to take this fight. And this two have been absolutely insane. So Dexter is going to be up against the last man on Strong Esports. No longer they do get the revive off, so it is going to be a 1v2 here with Seven and Farhad both quite healthy and alive. We do have only one or two players. I think they have one. It is going to be Dexter who is going to get shot by it was 2A who was fighting at them. If I'm not mistaken. But he is going to be okay for the time. Going to be laying down a couple of smokes or grenades to try and push in, or probably not take the fight at all. Maybe get better positioning before the fight. And Farhad goes in and shuts him down.
I mean, that was a wonderful date coming from their side, but Team Gremlin Esports, despite the fact they've lost 2 of their players, they are still surviving in the top 11. They have to make sure they get into the circle. It's not going to be an easy job with a lot of teams doing surviving left and right now in front of them. But Rowdy on the way into the circle makes a big rotation. It's going to be risky as hell. It's not going to be an easy job, but for now, they still haven't got landed by any shots on them. 1952, they have like some fishes in the pond right now where they're trying to survive their best. Team Stronger Esports, despite the fact they're losing their 2 players, 7 also being knocked down. Farhad using smoke to provide some kind of fake coverage to his team. Farhad is just gonna to make sure that he revive his teammate. SITM Dobu is the only one left. We have a lot of team who have like 1 or 2 players surviving. Stronger, but I feel like he will not commit to the reviving his teammate, as he has the bigger priority of going into the circle and making sure that he gets his team some kind of survival points as well. But as we do talk about team survival status, we have GSM with 2 players, we have NBS with 3 players, we have 2A with all pro players alive. SITM Dobu, he knows there are 2 players other than him in this river right now, so he's looking to get into the land, trying to land some shot as well, but unfortunately where he's looking, there's no one on this side. The rest of the 2 players on the other side of those like pillar under the bridge. But GSM, he's also coming in the water with Rowdy, and like at the same time he has spotted the 1952 player who's beyond the other side of the pillar, but he wasn't able to land any kind of damage to him.
Indeed, and with that they are picking up the scraps here. 10 teams left and only 3 squads with the full 4-man to boot. So a lot of these teams are playing with a bunch of their players missing, and Dobu is trying to survive for as long as possible. A couple of players in the area, so he is not going to be moving forward anytime soon. Again, playing it very safe, staying underwater for as long as possible. But he is alone against multiple players who are surrounding him for the time being. But in the meantime, as I say that, Billy does manage to take A1B1. I think it was 9 there on A1 and B side, and that's going to be, I think, only 2 players left if they did finish the knock, or if they did finish the elimination. In the meantime, we are going to be watching it. We have Sketch Sinister bunkering down here, a reasonable spot in the ring. Going to be interesting to see whether it does pull towards him. But we do have Seal here, going to lay some smokes. Iron going to be cooking some nades here to be thrown into NB, and what a shot coming through from him. The peeking at the right moment will get knocked and elimination onto NB. Will find another onto NB as well. Rogue is going absolutely insane, and with that, NB is going to be eliminated, leaving the 9 teams alive and kicking here down to the last 21 players. As I say that, Opex will get eliminated as well. So many teams now as the ring closes in, everyone forced to fight, and so many teams are going down here, being eliminated and sent back to lobby. Left, right and center. Seal here does have a reasonable rotation in, not a lot of cover to play with. His vehicle is been bombarded by shots coming out from A1 and B, so Seal have to be careful. They don't really have a lot of cover to work with the position that they have taken. But in the meantime, on the other side, we have Jobu still ratting away, still surviving under the bridge. And mind you, there are multiple players here.
Exactly,
so
but
players
for now,
in the water.
Yeah, so many players becoming like fish in the pond, as we discussed a bit earlier. SITM has been able to get to the top 8, and Sinister right now he's just gonna be following his teammate, like following the rest of the players into the water. Seal Esports, they're looking good, they're looking decent, they're on the south side of the map, they have have the edge, and they're gonna be holding that. If they are able to survive a couple of circles, not a couple of circles, just this circle, they might find themselves in the top 2 or top 3. But MAKPEN, Fast and Lujo going down. That's the squad being eliminated. Number 8 by Seal right now. 2 Riley, they're holding this edge of the circle. That tries to get a bit aggressive. Obviously, he goes down at the head of Rowdy, and that's GSM boys coming out of the water. Seal Esports still holding that angle. They're really far away from the cluster. All they have to do is they make sure that they have a good weapon. They have the good cover right now, and they hold that position. Don't get a bit aggressive right now. They don't have to go for those elimination. All they have to do is make sure they survive. The rest of the competition will wipe out itself. 2A on the left side. There's a lot of smokes being deployed. It's like a ball of smoke, like 5 or 6 smoke, but Row coming in, that takes Domi out, and now Team 2A squad, Astra Esports is also being eliminated from the game. Team Seal Esports is looking really good right now. SITM Dobu tries to make sure that he gets his team the maximum amount of survival point as he can, but 1952 will also bite the dust and eliminated near Georgopol. Aero using nades and left and right, but K9 is very close to Team Seal Esports right now. But as we talk about A1 and B, they are the most player teams. This is a team alive with the most players right now, but SITM, they also got eliminated, leaving only 4 players behind, four teams behind.
Yeah, down to the last 4 and last 11 players here. So quite a few players missing in the lobby here. I feel like Seal has done a really good job in terms of recovery, but as I say, that caster skills hit as the hitman from A1NB will shut him down and will get the further as well from TRC. Oh, lovely spray coming out from him. Does a lot of damage to his general plate, but these are all blind shots coming through, but it is going to land, and Mamba is going to pick up a couple of eliminations, and that GSM is going to be eliminated. TRZ in a really good spot to basically grab this chicken dinner. Seal down to the last 2 with 1 knocked, and A1NB with 1 player remaining as well. This is going to be TRZ's game to lose, if at all, but again playing it really carefully, not really pushing out and throwing away the advantage that they have, but they don't want to push too far forward as well. The ring right now suits them quite well. They don't really have to move too much in terms of trying to get out. They have a lot of cover to work with as well, so TRZ should be in a really good spot unless we do see some freaky nade plays coming through. And as I say that, we do have A1 and B getting eliminated as well. Down to the last 2 squads, we have Seal taking on TRZ here for the chicken dinner. TRZ by Seal having a really good performance. They do lose 1. They will get a return knock. Seal might be able to get the res off, but now Mamba is going to push forward. The big crew coming at the right moment might get another knock, and TRZ is going to return fire and grab that chicken dinner. Winner chicken dinner, it is for them. The team came from the bottom and they had a couple of good games, and now playing the chicken dinner for today as well. With 10 eliminations to do as well. What a performance this couple had on this afternoon.
Obviously, with the zone taking a shift towards the TRZ side, it has been a wonderful performance by them, but it was one of the most awaited chicken dinners from their side. This team again showed multiple signs of, I would say, good performances. They were a team that was obviously that was like had shown that they were a great team. They had a wonderful mechanical skill. At the same time, it was showed like their good strategy as well. They weren't exactly do a lot in the grand finals. Obviously, they got invited from the PMPL, but going into this map, they were looking really confident. And look at those like elimination as well. They have been able to secure 10 elimination for them. 10 elimination for themselves, with the 3 going to 90 degree, 3 going to Rearax, and then 2 going to Mamba, and then 2 going to Modcat as well. 90 degree dealt the most amount of damage, but it was almost equally distributed among the team. It's not the individual performance that I'm looking at. It's like equal amount of knockout, equal amounts of damage, equal amount of elimination on the either side. So it was a collective team effort that has proven out this team to be like really good.
And we are looking at the team stats here. Gremlin versus TRZ. 10 eliminations to 9,847 to 1,477. 1,847 to 1,477, and 6 assists to defy. And overall, TRZ a very dominant performance. Let's have a look at the player head-to-head as well here. It it is going to be from 90 versus D46 here. If you look at it, I feel like it's pretty even in terms of survival time, the number of eliminations, damages. I feel like the biggest disparity here, where 90 degree kind of edges him out in significant 200 damage there. But other than that, I feel like both these players had a really good game. And with that, let's have a look at who the MVP for this particular game is going to be. But before that, we do have the match summary here for match number 10 here. We have Rogue with the highest elimination and Rogue with the highest damage as well. Billy coming in with 3 assists here to take that spot, and the healing done also going to Rogue, as well as the number of knockouts. Rogue seems to be appearing absolutely everywhere for Seal here, and I feel like this man does deserve a cookie after that last game, or rather this game's performance that he has had. And yes, he does get the MVP award for match number 10 with 4 eliminations, 796 damage and survival time of 24:30. And what a performance Rogue has had here.
Obviously, he had a wonderful performance, but we would have top players right in front of us in a few moments, and I feel like obviously it's going to be Rogue at number 1 with 798 damage, 4 eliminations, and then we have GSM D46 at number 2 with 4 eliminations. Right behind him, he dealt a bit less damage. Then we have T90 Degree from TRZ with 3 eliminations, 642 damage. Then we have Astra Esports 2 Domi from Astra with 3 eliminations, 503 damage. Then lastly, not the least, we have SITM Dubu, who was surviving for the longest time possible with 369 damage. But fortunately, these top players, we have a different player from different team and 5 different players contributing from the 5 different teams in this top players. But looking at that highlight, we have the Gremlin Esports taking team bad intention right at the start of the game. That was quite unfortunate on the side of bad intention, as they were looking really good, but this was QB coming from the right angle, spotting VG out, and VG just biting the dust at the second part of the game after 20th minute. But STR they were looking really good with the B Esports just rushing in towards the north side of the circle. It just things turned very difficult for Team Stronger Esports.
Yeah, and we are definitely it was a tough situation, but right now we are looking at Farhad here, left here almost all alone. Gremlin, after that initial engagement, did lose a couple of players and just fell apart afterwards. 2A, same story, getting gunned down. Let's run after this. But SITM, again, not the performance that we have been expecting from this, and we are looking at the final few moments of this game here with the shots coming through from Farhad here, and from Rogue. Was absolutely insane, but TRZ with the numbers advantage, they're claiming the winner chicken dinner for the squad here, and a very much needed one if they want to keep in contention of that top 5 placement. But 10 eliminations with that number 1 spot is absolutely insane. And with that, we'll take a look at the damage graph, which is going to be a lot more even in terms of if you look at it, the first team to get knocked out versus the second, the third. For it is a gradual increment, and that's what you expect. The longer you survive in the game, the more damage that you are going to be dealing, and more eliminations that you are going to be looking for. But it's a very even draft, I must say. In the meantime, we do have match number 10 standings here. So it is obviously going to be TRZ with the winner chicken dinner and 10 eliminations and 25 points. Support Seal Esports coming in at a close second with 17. Gremlin coming in at third with 17 total points as well, with that 9 elimination. A1 MB Esports with 13, and SITM yet again in the board with 11 here, coming in at 5th place. But yet again, Picture Gaming getting 1 point though. Bad intention. The X was the early exit with 0 points. RGC Opex also not really having the game that they wanted. Team Classic, the same story. B is strong. Each one of these teams did not have the game that they wanted in this map, but hopefully they do bounce back stronger, because I don't want teams kind of having a big gap. I feel like it has to be even across the board. But looking at the top overall standings here, NB still leading the chart with 120 total points, and Team Classic at second place here with 97, with an equal Seal Esports with 97 as well. But it's a very tough fight between the top 5 teams here. A1 and NB Esports with 94, and Bad Intention X with 88, and the rest of them right on their tail, including TRZ, who had a horrible start yesterday, but today they have really stepped up and brought their A game here, and it feels like they cannot be stopped here. They are getting the eliminations that is required. They are getting the placement that is required, and they're already up to 87 points. But taking a look at the top performers as well, Sanhok edges out Dylan here, or Matt, since Bad Intention X did have an early exit in that map. Sanhok take the number 1 spot with 24, followed by Matt Rogue from Seal, as well as Fistboy from NB Esports, and A1 NB K9 with 18 eliminations here. But let's take a look at the match schedule as well. RZ, we do have a couple of more matches left here before we do end the day. So we do have 2 more maps. It is going to be Miramar and Sanhok, RZ.
Obviously, I feel like it's gonna be a very interesting map. My last map where you can expect your day to end quickly. You cannot rely on like on the map, like you do not rely on the map of Sanhok to give you good points in generally. So I feel like Miramar is your last map of the day where you can look to turn things around for yourself. So let's see exactly what's going to happen. I'm very interested. I'm like very interested to find that out.
Yes, RJ, and thank you so much for joining me. It has been an absolute pleasure as always casting with you, and obviously I'm going to be seeing more of you as the grand finals goes on. So thank you so much for joining for the first couple of games, but we do have another familiar face joining us in a little while as well. But for everyone watching at home, do stay tuned in that we had 2 more games left in the day, just like you saw on the schedule. So it's a lot more action-packed PUBG and your way. And oh my lord, hi, like finally we do get another game to cast. It has been some time, man.
Yeah, it's been quite a while. I'm excited for our last few games today. I think it really has been a lot of teams that didn't necessarily perform well yesterday, and a lot of teams that we were expecting to, correct themselves today coming through, like with the likes of TRZ especially. I think Gremlin Storm hasn't had the worst of days either. So all in all, I think it looks like a very nice stage to set up heading into our last few maps, where Miramar, of course, we expect to be a lot more standard out. It's been one of the few maps where we haven't really got any ridiculous circles, so maybe this time Miramar can surprise us.
Indeed, but we did see a bit of a weird one with that game number 3 for the day, where the ring did pull towards the northern map quite significantly, forcing a lot of these teams to fight for entry into the ring very early on. So we did have a lot of early engagement, but Sanhok, I feel like, is where it tends to happen, right? I feel like Sanhok is a bit of a chaotic map overall, but we will have to wait and see how it just comes together overall. But with that, what do you think in terms of the performance that teams like SITM has had today? Because this is a team that came in with a lot of expectation. Even though they haven't had the best of performance, they seem to be very consistent. They are up there, right? They are always getting these points and in striking distance of the top teams. What do you think the switch is that SITM has had? Because they had a very dominant performance in the semifinals, and now come grand finals, you don't see the same dominance coming up from them. Why do you think that is?
I think it's just harder opposition overall, where SITM were not really contested earlier on in many a situation. Now they have to give respect to any fight that might just pop off, and in their rotations as well, where before we would see SITM just get a freebie right into some of the key positions. Now every single position is contested for. It's something that teams have to fight for, and it's something that is making life a little harder for SITM. But I do think this team is very much capable of not just being top 5, but challenging for the top spots. So it's about maintaining the consistency till you find that one day that you can pop off.
Yeah, I think it is about finding momentum, right? I think it's something that we see across all esports titles, not just PUBG Mobile here. I think building up momentum is very important, especially in battle royales, and also as a team, whatever sport that you play, whether be it your traditional sport, whether it be esports, I think that momentum is very important. Build up that confidence and start getting start bringing the fire. And SITM, I feel like they haven't found that spark yet, which they found during the semi-finals. And I feel like if they do find it here even once, I feel like they're going to be unstoppable. But right now they're playing it safe. They are looking for those placement points and looking to be in striking distance of.
Yeah, definitely.
Coming up next, what are you expecting for this game number 5?
Well, I'm expecting standard. I want surprises, so I've gone with NB Esports because on one hand, I think this is a team very much capable, but on the other hand, they haven't had the greatest of day 2, so maybe with Miramar, they can pull back some of their lead that they've lost all across the day and continue to push for that top 5 spot, because I do think NB Esports hasn't looked like the dominant team it did yesterday, especially Fistboy hasn't had the same level of performances that he had yesterday, and I want to see them pull it off. What about you?
Yeah, I mean for sure, right? But I think biggest surprise for me today was TRZ after being, kind of not performing at all yesterday. So I want more teams like this. For me, I'm personally looking for Victor Gaming to step it up, because this is a team that I had my eye out even during the semi-finals. We had the likes of Gone and Damage having really good games during the semi-finals, which we haven't seen from them. We haven't seen that fire coming in this grand finals from them, and I really want to see them perform. And this is a team that has that capability to perform. And then another team is BE, so this is a very highly mechanically skilled team that we saw during the semi-finals. They were just lacking teamwork, and now I feel like they are more kind of had some time and kind of worked on it, but I feel like it's still not not there. But in terms of being individually skilled, I feel like BE Sports is another team to watch out for. I feel like if they click together as a team, I feel like that's another team that is going to be unstoppable. But the team that I am definitely looking forward to see pop off is going to be Victor Gaming, because this is a team. Yes, they are at the bottom of the barrel right now, but this is a team that did actually perform during the semi-final. They had some really good moments. They had some clutch plays coming through. This is a team that is skilled enough to really take a fight into the top 5 positions. But we haven't seen them do that in day number 1 and now in day number 2 as well. So I really hope they do find that momentum going into this next game. But I mean, overall, I feel like the likes of SITM, this is a squad that I have been that I absolutely loved throughout the semi-finals. Very stand-up performance, very dominant performance, not by a small margin. So again, to see them perform and come back into the stride is going to be definitely entertaining to watch. But with that, I think we are ready to begin game number 5 for the day.
Yeah, just about. I think it should just be a matter of seconds as we head into the next game. And let's find out if it is going to be a team that we have seen dominate or a team to redeem themselves. Like you mentioned, Victor Gaming, maybe they will be able to come out strong. Either ways, we should set ourselves up for a spectacular matchup as we now get ready to head into Miramar. It's going to be a standard flipper here, not to sort down, and mostly favoring the eastern side, but that opens up the possibility for me to see possibly a Chumacera circle. Maybe the craziest circle I could imagine is like something based around the island, the southern island of Prison Mina del. So that would be absolutely nutty if we got a circle actually like that. But honestly, so far across Miramar, in our 3 Miramars that we've seen across the 2 days, it's been mostly standard circles. It's all about the high ground battle in the late game.
Yeah, definitely. We should see the first circle forming in a couple of seconds. So it's going to be interesting to see who is going to, or what teams are going to be in trouble here. Because this is, yes, you can rotate easily. There is quite a bit of vehicles to find and a lot of terrain to navigate through. But it is still a tough job when you are getting gate kept by a lot of these teams if you have to rotate out from far. But yes, the craziest ring would probably be towards Prison there on the southern side of the map. But I feel like, I don't think we are that lucky to be able to get a ring right there. But I mean,
not bad.
Interesting
not
one.
Bad.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, instead of southwestern, we get a southeastern circle with about 30% of the circle in the water, and I'm gonna discount a small part of Los Egos as well. So, a lot lesser area for teams to play for than normal. And I say interesting because the way the teams have dropped as well, right? Most of the teams already in the circle. So, despite it being a bit of a stacked circle with low density in terms of good areas, teams should still likely take it slow, and I don't think we're going to see some early engagements, but rather the second circle, I think things might pop off early, while usually we wait for the 15 to 20 minute mark. I think this time around, this matchup, the 10 to 12 minute mark is going to be especially crucial. But man, that Los Leones area, it's heavily populated right now. SITM, A1 and B, TRZ, Classic, all great teams very near to each other. All it takes is one stray shot landing on a straggler to kick things off.
Indeed, and that looks absolute chaos here. And mind you, these are top teams as well. SITM Classic, they are among the top 10 teams here. So having an early exit, they are not going to be too happy. But it can happen, and like you said, it's just going to take one stray bullet to start things off here. And obviously, as soon as you see a player go down, you will have to worry about third parties coming in. So any engagement that is going to be taken within this ring has to be very calculated here, because it is going to be a tough one here. It is going to be brutal in terms of the engagement, because like you said, the density within this ring number one is absolutely insane. We only have around 4 to 5 teams outside the ring, whereas everyone else is just smack that in the middle of the ring right now. But like I said, I feel like a lot of these teams that are even outside won't have too much of trouble rotating in. By the looks of it, maybe a stronger esports might run into a little bit of resistance, because they do have to get through a couple of teams to be able to get into the ring, and they might get gate kept here. But I feel like Victor Gaming is in a good situation here. They are going to be able to get a lot of free loot, not going to be contested early. SITM and A1 and B are actually quite close to each other. We do have Team Classic also in the mix in there. We have 3 teams right now overlapping each other. I'm not entirely sure how they're even staying here without getting spotted or taking a fight right now, but they are basically in the middle of everything, and we still haven't seen a shot go off though, which is really interesting. But TRZ has got out of dodge. We don't want anything to do with this. We want those placement points. We are just going to get out of here and then come back when things kind of settle down, and look for a third party to start things off. But that's exactly, I feel like that is the mentality that you should have, especially if you are coming from behind, because they didn't have the best of day number 1. So they are coming back in day number 2, and they just don't want to let their foot off the gas. So they are looking for as many placement points and eliminations as possible, and not looking to fight that early on here.
Yeah, of course. I think a lot of the teams cautious in their approach. Where yesterday we might have seen some random stragglers here and there. Today teams are a lot more disciplined, and rightfully so. It's grand finals day too. You cannot afford a single mistake. So teams have to be careful in their approach. They need to make sure that they don't necessarily give away their chance of qualifying to the PMPL, because that's a big stage to be in. Now look, QB in that 2-2 split with SITM right now might find an early pick for himself. As you can see, another player, another straggler. 3-1 split, actually quite close, and it's these solo players that risk getting caught out by each other, and they're the ones we really have to look out for and for teams to worry about, because they're the ones which will decide how all these early skirmishes result in late differences in the matchups. Otherwise though, talking about QB and SITM individually, nothing much to be said with respect to the dominance of this team coming into grand finals week. But like you said, they haven't necessarily picked up where they left off from a semi-finals, and has been a tough road for them. We've seen consistency from them in day 1. I couldn't say the same about day 2, but maybe they can replace consistency with a chicken dinner, pick it up where they left off, and pick off the slack in terms of the points that they're lacking. Oh, it seems like we're gonna go into a bit of a situation here, as Victor Gaming stuck in that corner, and all you can see, all of the teams right now stacked around Los Leones, waiting for reference here. Waiting for just not to pop off. But hey, if with every other team circling in and with the circle taking a further shift towards Los Leones, I think very likely we see that urban finish come out, and the concentration of those teams is extremely high towards Los Leones itself. So I can imagine a situation where the circle actually takes a shift towards La Bendita instead, and a team to take high ground there might just benefit out one of the few empty valuable areas in the circle right now. And I'm sure teams like SEAL Esports, teams like Bad Intention X, who have really been on a redemption curve today on the back of Matt's insane run of performances. Bad Intention X have been pushing back strong, but they need a lot more to fight for that top 5 battle. On the other hand, if you talk about top 5, the likes of Classic here, as you can see, their eyes set on denying rotations. Desert spotted out. Consistent players in general for Team Classic, but ooh, he gets taken out and will not be denied. But hey, still in this situation, I think most teams will take a pot shot or two. They won't necessarily push forward and look for the kill. Everyone happy to just play it safe, and just about 8 minutes into the game, we've got every single player, every single team alive, so quite even in that standing. Shots definitely popping off, and that's because of the closeness of each team with each other. Now, SITM, they've got themselves a nice compound in Los Leones, but they're the kind of team to likely go for that 2-2 split, where they're able to play then on a lot more information, but also leave themselves susceptible to potential hits.
Yeah, the SITM has always been that team to, kind of play split, right? You would always have one player kind of flanking and having an overall look at what is happening while the rest of them are kind of moving together. SITM tends to play that split. We did see that in the semifinals as well. And like you said, we do see shots popping up. I'm really surprised that we still haven't had a single elimination, but we do have our first knock here on 2A here. They do lose a player, and the elimination to follow on BITX actually. That is going to be the first elimination. BIT losing a player quite early on. In the meantime, SITM in a bit of a scruff against Team Classic there as well. But again, these are very long range fights, so I'm not expecting them to get any eliminations, even though they might get a knock here and there. An elimination is going to be a tough one. This early at this particular range. But like you said, if you look at SITM, I feel like they are quite split here. They are quite comfortable in playing alone, which they have been in the semifinals as well, and they tend to find these solo pickoffs and be able to move around the map quite well. And this is what makes them really dangerous, because you don't know which angle you're going to get hit. You might see one player from SITM and then you do take that fight, but in the meantime you might be getting flying by 2-3 other players from SITM. But in the meantime, we might have an engagement here. It is going to be 1952 here up against Team Classic here, who is going to be in a vehicle, not really going to be able to land a shot, so he is going to be bunkering down inside the house here. We do have the rest of his team also here. 2A with still the only elimination point right now in this map, but a very, very slow start here, even though everyone was absolutely clustered together to start things off. But as I say, that things are ramping up here. SITM gets a knock onto one of the players on A1 and B here, and the elimination to two knocks by the looks of it, yes, and the elimination to follow on one as well. Meantime, the backstab coming from SITM onto a play here, but oh my lord, Justin needs to be careful there, but will get the elimination. No, but he did manage to do a little bit of damage here. Jiro in a fight, you're taking a lot of damage, is forced to back off. Did not get the best trade there in that fight, but he is going to be able to reset here.
Yeah, you can see this coming up huge right here. Finds that 2K. SQB looking to hold it down. He's found K9, and SITM will maintain that height advantage. Sketchto trying to cause some damage with his nades, but instead gives his position away. And now SITM on the hunt, looking to shut him down. Sketch in a 1v3. Gets the information first, but misses his spray, and that's the end of his life. A1 and B Esports will be the first team to be eliminated. SITM off to a brilliant start, 4 eliminations in the bag.
Like I said, I think this team is definitely one of those to watch out. If they get going, they become quite unstoppable, and I feel like this is a really good start for the team. But while all that was happening, B Esports was found to be in a bit of a scruff as well. They do manage to get an elimination, but they do lose one of their own as well. I think it was against Opex that they were taking the fight. But so far things are quite slow considering how the first ring was at, and this I like because this is going to mean that it's going to be a lot more chaotic by the time the next ring comes through, and it's just going to be absolute chaos, which we are going to absolutely enjoy. But as I said, that we do have B pushing a player from Opex here. Opex down to 3 players only. B of course gets 1 player knocked as well, so they are trying to get the res off as well. And we do see Dexter here trying to hold off the players pushing on the side of OPX and trying to maybe help. Oh my good god, did he hit himself? Oh no, actually not.
Yeah,
It was a good.
no. Yeah, it was just brilliant there to take him out. And hey, B Esports eliminated as well. This is what I meant. Rather than that 15 to 20 minute mark where we usually see things popping off, is that 10 to 12 minute mark where we see the fights happen because of that concentration. Teams now put under a lot of pressure in their rotations. But hey, NB Esports right now, they found 1 elimination. They're focused on their rotations, trying to get high ground picked up, and they're gonna have to deal with the likes of Classic and 1952. Now NB Esports, a team that really dominated day 1, the only team to pick up 2 chicken dinners in day 1, haven't had just the same amount of success here in day 2, but they're in an interesting spot. And interestingly so, what I find curious here, Tyler, is the fact that all of the teams are more or less abandoning the prediction of a Los Leones end circle, like a urban end. They've convinced themselves that it's going to be the end towards where SITM is, basically towards that mountainous ridgy area. And I'll find it very funny if the circle takes a western shift and the urban compounds once again get to come into play.
Indeed, it's definitely. But I feel like these teams have been quite good at predicting rings so far, from especially the likes of SITM throughout this grand final as well as the semi-final. Their predictions have been too bad, so I feel like they might have this right this time around. We'll have to wait and see. But in the meantime, we do have TRZ in a bit of a scruff against 2A here. TRZ did manage to grab quite a bit of points today, and meanwhile they are going to be pressured by SITM as well. I think it was Desert who was on that ridge here, putting a little bit of pressure onto TRZ. So TRZ again, they want to try and continue the performance that they have had today. So don't want to take any unnecessary fights, and maybe look to get some positioning inside a couple of buildings and bunker down and try to look for a couple of knocks here and there, as well as eliminations from the safety of a house, because basically wait to see where the next ring is going to be as well, right? Because right now, yes, it does look like it is towards where SITM might be, but like you said, if it does take that western shift, a lot of the teams are going to be in a whole lot of trouble there. I think the only team that might still be safe is going to be SITM if it does take that western shift because of their current position. But if it does go that way, though, all the other teams are going to be in a very tough situation. But as I say that, we do have fights breaking out across meanwhile NB Esports are laying into Farhad there from Stronger Esports. Does not get the knockup, but does quite a bit of damage here, whittling down the heals that are there. We have Gremlin in a bit of a fight against OPX. OPX getting that knock onto them as well. Did not get the elimination, so we still do have quite a number of these players left in the lobby here. But things have definitely started happening across the board. Gremlin again still in that fight against OPX. They are, OPEX here. They have lost a player with another player knocked. They are getting pushed quite heavily from the Gremlin side here, looking to make sure that they make quick work of this. Res might come through though onto the player on the side of OPX. Team OPEX are looking to get this res off. If they do, it might give them a chance to take this fight.
Still, I think bad intention as well, not too far, so the possibility of a third party definitely present. And considering the fact that Gremlin Storm now under pressure from NB Esports as well from the high ground, they're gonna have to make their moves quick. OPX on the other hand just trying to swarm all across Steel Shot right here. Is Steel Shot just trying to stay alive. We've got 1952 eliminated by Stronger Esports, so another team that, again, great performers in day one, but the inconsistency is neither. Not able to make it happen in day two so far. A stronger move in for the kill. Equinox get her in. While Steel Shot trying to get Hunt down, pulls off a 1v2 once, not just once, but finds the double as well. And now he's getting help from his far away teammate, Rowdy, coming in with a few shots, and Steel Shot might just pull off a 1v3 squad wipe. Fantastic, really low. Steel Shot has a chance. Steel Shot spots him out, but he's not able to land the shots, and Steel Shot finally does.
My God.
Steel Shot with the 1v3 with a little bit of help from Rowdy, no doubt, but he pulls that 1v3 off. Huge for Gremlin Storm.
Yeah, and while all that was happening, I don't know whether you spotted this out, TRZ popped off, it was 1952, just being eliminated in a few seconds, but meanwhile, Chaos has issued, Equinox is in a whole lot of trouble here, trying to get out of dodge, SITM popping off as well, Team Classic is in trouble, and like you said, as this ring closes in, it is just absolute chaos. Equinox are just completely eliminated, they were caught out in the middle in between multiple teams, but I think it was SITM getting the final eliminations there. In the meantime, MAKPEN as well, and again they are looking at this 1v3 that was pulled off by Gremlin. I mean, it was absolutely insane. Like I said, he had limited support, but it was still a 1v3. And in the meantime, MAKPEN gets eliminated as well. You have teams going out of the lobby one by one. Gremlin in a little bit of trouble as well. They do have a player knocked as well as a player eliminated down to the last two as well. Not sure whether they can get the res off. But they are going to be on the move, at least for the time being, with the ring closing in. They need to get in as well. BIG has been quite silent with just the one elimination coming through and one of their players also being eliminated. SITM has got one of their players on the ground as well. They will get the res off, but SITM is the team that has been popping off in this lobby alongside TRZ, already up to 8 elimination. Can they keep the momentum is going to be the question here. A good positioning overall. I feel like we did know that SITM did have the better positioning, but whether they can convert is going to be the question.
Yeah, 100%. And again, look. Oh, NB Esports just trying to play that long-term game. They still got 4 man left standing, but not all of them in the circle. And the way they need to move into the circle is going to be through Classic, a team that has looked in brilliant form so far in Grand Finals week. Kenoxy, especially one of the top performers in the charts, holding down NB Esports right now. And Kenoxy, he's smoked off, just trying to buy some time, but still the straggler shots hitting, creating the pressure, and surely going to push Classic off because they can't afford to take this fight for too long. They themselves are not in the circle. On the other hand, we've got, I believe, Astra Esports contending with the likes of Seal, trying to make their spot in the circle felt. And as we near that 20-minute mark, well, we've got 10 teams left. It should just be a matter of teams before it comes down by half. I believe that SITM towards another part of the map contending with another team trying to gatekeep them. And SITM, man, they were on a tear. They got 8 eliminations so far. But it's really teams like TRZ, NBES and Classic in great spots. So this fight between NBES and Classic crucial, and NB Esports, they've lost one player already. Classic maintaining their spots, denying them access, entry to that circle. But huge one over there is Eric. He's taken down, and Classic, now they have to buy some time to revive. NB Esports using this time to move in for the kill. This fight might just decide who wins the map.
Oh yes, because this high ground is so crucial and they want to take this fight. NB in a little bit of trouble here. They do have 3 here, and with that, in the meantime, Stronger Esports gets knocked as well. And like you said, the herd is thinning right now, but this fight for this high ground is going to be key as to who is going to be able to at the end. And shots are coming through. Second takes a little bit of damage here, but he's going to be safe for the time being. They need to worry about SITM, who is going to be pressuring from the eastern side as well, or to the right of them as well. He's going to be looking to third party this from afar. But Classic Esports, as I said, that SITM will get a kill on elimination or knock on to Classic Esports, and with that, SITM will clean up Team Classic here. The knocks do come through, the eliminations to follow as well, and that's going to be Team Classic sent back to lobby here with 7 squads remaining and 22 players left. A lot of these teams have multiple on the ground here. NB Esports have 2 knocked with the solo man surviving, and they will lose one of them. One will get eliminated as well. VG, Victor Gaming here has been quite silent here, looking for placement points. Not something that we have seen from them at all. And NB Esports in the meantime will get eliminated with VG moving up into the top 5 in this current game here. Gremlin Storm will also get knocked out as well with 6 elimination down to the last couple of teams here. SITM is still looking to close out this day with at least 1 chicken dinner, and in the meantime, as I say, that VG is going to be pressured up as well. They will do damage here, and they are fighting up against absolutely everyone still here. Going to get pressured from VG as well as I think it was SITM fighting at them as well.
So Jir, right now in a 1v3, we see too many of these 1v3s, man. He bought enough time for the backup to come through, and Rogue shuts them all down. Victor Gaming, they try playing it slow. I applaud the effort, but Seal Esports just too damn good in those fights. They pull off a huge one, and now it's left to SITM, Seal, TRZ, and Bad Intention X. Quite drastically different teams right now that we have available in the lobby, but look at Bad Intention X's position. They've got a forward angle in Mehdi to deny rotations, and they've got the high ground as well with the man advantage overall for their team, with SITM in not a great spot whatsoever. It's really TRZ though that's in the gutters, quite literally stuck in a ridge between 2 teams with high grounds, and amongst all of this, Seal Esports, having won their fight, will just be able to sneak their way into the circle and pick up a crucial point. Now, Bad Intention X, we've got to play this circle's point smart. They can pick up a lot of elimination points right here as long as they play it slow, but TRZ is the one that shuts down SITM instead, and TRZ surviving against all odds. Now, Bad Intention in trouble. We see Seal coming in from the back. They're the kings of the hills. They've got the best position in this circle, and likely the next shift will favor them as well.
Jero is going to be in a whole lot of trouble. The last man surviving the net will come through, and yes, it is going to get the kill. They are going to be eliminated, and that net was just picture perfect coming out and caught on cam as well. Was absolutely wonderful to watch, but SITM is going to be out here down to the last 3 teams, TRC, Seal and BITX. What a performance TRC has had today in this day number 2. Has been absolutely amazing to see a team come back this strong, but they do have 3 players with them. They don't have it is a 3v1v2, I think. Is it 3v2v2? Sorry, 3v3v2, sorry. BIT does have 3 as well, with Seal just with the 2.
Still Seal though, that they have that high ground, a beautiful position right now where they can force fights from, so TRZ, they're gonna look to navigate this slowly, hope that Bad Intention X get baited out and they can play for the points, but inevitably they've driven themselves into the crosshairs of Bad Intention X, and 2 players instantly taken out, but Craven straight it, so 9 Degree now in a 1v1, and Seal just watching all this unfold with glee in their eyes, knowing that this is effectively guaranteeing them that winner-winner chicken dinner. As TRZ and Bad Intention exchange heavy blows, Bad Intention able to hold on to their players though, and now a 2v2v1 as TRZ have lost their manpower, and 90 Degree just trying to play it slow, trying to get that second placement point or somehow pull out a miraculous clutch to get the chicken dinner. But it's Seal still in control, still with access to the high ground on the circle, but with the circle shifting slightly more centralized, it will mean Bad Intention X get a crucial flank angle. And it's a man we've seen so many times before in flank angles, Mehdi. And this time he doesn't have to worry about someone shooting him from the circle itself. He has to make this count, and Mehdi just holding on for dear life. Bad Intention X, they have the man advantage, man, but from the low ground, can they find the winner chicken dinner?
I feel like 90 Degree is going to be the danger man here, because if he's not dealt with, he's going to wait for that perfect moment to try and third party this. So Seal, if they make even the slightest mistake taking this fight up against BITX, 90 Degree might be given a really good chance to try and clean things up. but smokes are going to get laid down. In the meantime, Seal is trying to lay down some fire onto BIT. BIT still, I mean, Seal is still in the better position here, and as I say that, 90 Degree will find a knock on to and an elimination as well onto BIT, and this is going to basically help out Seal here to be able to come in and clean things up. But BIT now, with the 2 remaining, it's a 2v2v1 now, and 90 Degree is doing a really good job trying to get himself into the ring, and it's now quite centralized. But as I say that, Raven will get knocked here down to the last man on the side of BIT. 90 Degree still being held down, will finally get eliminated down to the final fight, and it is gonna be Team Seal here with the winner chicken dinner in match number 5.
And a huge one here for Team Seal, as it's the one thing that has continuously eluded them all throughout, but they win that crucial fight and they're able to get access to the high ground, and it all pays off. Team Seal pick up their chicken dinner, and now they're going to put themselves in a very comfortable spot in that top 5. 25 points picked up as well. Team Seal just 2-man strong, but again, in Miramar, it's not about that extra person where it may be in Erangel or in Sanhok. In Miramar, it's all about the positioning. It's about that high ground, and Seal, they take perfect advantage.
Indeed, and I think even with the man disadvantage coming into that, just having that high ground, right? I feel like it is just too good on the map, and I feel like even we did see NB Esports also contest it and lose out on it. That's why a lot of these teams do tend to fight for it. But look at this performance by Sancha here, 610 damage with the 4 eliminations coming out. But overall, I feel like it's a decent team performance coming out to try and close things out for them and to grab that winner chicken dinner with a significant amount of elimination points. I think it was 10 eliminations to put. SITM is the closest here with 13 eliminations, edging them out ahead, 2,233 damage. And this is the SITM that we are used to, the creator of chaos, the absolute hunters here when it comes to the lobby. They have just basically demolished a lot of teams to get to where they have, but in the end, just the positioning not working out for them and the ring not working in their favor to try and close things out. But what a performance coming out from them as well. And Jiro here with 7 eliminations against the 4 on Sancha here, and 844 damage, 415 damage received as well in the thickest of fights here. Jiro with 7 knockouts as well, but the survival time obviously going in favor of the player from Seal here.
Yeah, and SITM, they played it very aggressive. They were able to get a lot of eliminations, a lot of points in this matchup, and they'll be happy with that most definitely. Dominating in almost every single stat, in the important ones at least, with eliminations, assists and knockouts. But Memo playing really smart. One of the Gremlin Storm pulling that 1v3 off as well, so highest damage coming through for Memo. But of course, SITM, they had a great game. But is that one player that I see continuously somewhere in the top charts, irrespective of whether or not Seal have a good game? It's Rogue, who I really want to applaud, has been consistent since day one. But geez Louise, MVP for Jiro, and the stat that stands out to me is that 4 headshots, man. This guy was on fire in this map, Terror.
Yeah, indeed, because I don't think we did see a lot of headshots today in the MVP stats here, but Jiro coming out with 4. And I mean, this is a man that we have kept our eyes on even during the semifinals as well, and he does make it to the top in this match, as well as Moba coming out with 6 eliminations, followed up by QB and Sancha with 4, as well as 90 Degree, who did have a couple of last second eliminations to pull through for the squad of TRZ as well. But TRZ has been that standout team of the day. Just an absolute god tier performance coming out from them after the rough start that they had yesterday, just coming out and performing consistently in day number 2. And this is an invited team as well, compared to the 11 teams that did qualify from the semi-finals into the grand finals. This is among one of the invited teams, but we are going into the highlights here for game number 5 of the day. And this was the initial engagement that we took, and we are looking at this 1v3 that took place from the man from Grim there, while the rest of his team was getting shut down by the
Yeah. look, the way this is set up, right, I really think TRZ could have pulled this off, but it's that last move into Bad Intentions' hands that really turned their tides. But I still like to applaud TRZ because they've redeemed themselves today. They've had a great day too, and they're continuously improving in their runs and their points. So while they were not able to pick up the win, a great performance for them. But that's the guy I'm talking about, Sancher and Rogue specifically, combining together to get the winner chicken dinner for Seal Esports. They did so brilliantly, and just like that, they were able to secure TRZ, I think, now a further spot in the rankings and a serious chance at qualifying back into that PMPL, take a run at that top 5.
Indeed, definitely a very good chance. And looking at the damage distribution also, I feel like this was expected, I think, in terms of the placements that we had today. But I guess the only disappointment here is for SITM. I guess they might have thought that they could place higher, but in this particular match, but not really working out for them. But 13 elimination, I mean, they're going to be happy with that. That's quite a bit of elimination points, as well as a decent amount of placement points as well. Again, staying in contention and staying in striking distance of that top 5. But overall, post-match 11 standings here, Seal Esports with that winner chicken dinner and 10 eliminations to boot, coming up with 25 points. TRZ with 11 eliminations and 21 points. Right up there, SITM also close behind with 13 eliminations with 21 points, evening things up. And then Bad Intentions XBet here with 4 eliminations, but getting that second place finish with 12 placement points with 16. But yet again, A1 and B Esports are not having the best of games, even though they are among the top not having the best of games. In 1952, got absolutely demolished by TRZ within a matter of seconds there. B Esports also not really living up to the expectations, and they started off the day well, not really going well now. Strong Esports also did have a decent start, not really performing in this particular match. Astra Esports haven't been performing. Opex did have a really good game today, but again, not really the position that they want to be in. Equinox also not really getting those eliminations to Classic. NB Esports not performance that they were looking for in this particular game. Teams Classic, especially one of the top contenders, obviously wanted to do a lot better than what they did in this particular game. But overall, rankings, NB Esports still holding on to the top spot, but look who has crept through and is just 4 points behind is going to be Seal Esports. And look at where TRZ is. Holy moly, they have got themselves into 3rd place here.
What a day, right? They were bottom 4. Yeah, they were bottom 4 at the start of today, and they pushed back. And similarly so for Bad Intention X. They were in the bottom half of the table earlier on today, but they pushed forward. They've got the number 4 spot. SITM back in the top 5 as Team Classic take a drop. And man, it's very, very close at top 5 mark, because Gremlin Storm as well, a team that was in the bottom 4 but has had a phenomenal day and is now making their way into the top 8. And boy, oh boy, to think that for a second, several of these teams weren't even in contention for that top 5 slot earlier yesterday.
Yeah, TRZ definitely stepping it up, coming from the bottom 4 into the top 3. Absolutely insane day that they have had. Top performances. Sanhok is yet again still up ahead with 25 eliminations. Rogue here with 22 as well. Matt, of course, the man himself, still up there. Whether BIT performs or not, we will always see Matt in the overall performance charts here with 22 eliminations. Fistboy also 22, as well as 90 degree here with 21 eliminations as well. What I really want is what I want to see is SITM to end things off, to get a winner chicken dinner. I feel like this squad needs that push. It's a squad that I absolutely enjoyed watching. I feel like they do have it. There's an unfortunate ring. I feel like SITM does have this last map.
But it's Sanhok, man, so I think anything can happen. We might even see a team like Victor Gaming really step up and pull off a victory, because it's Sanhok. So we'll have to see. We'll definitely have to see if SITM is able to find the victory, because right now they will be under a lot of pressure since they're in the number 5 slot. They're safe currently, but they're at risk from being targeted. But what a day it has been. Stronger picking up 2 chicken dinners, TRZ picking up 1, and it's only Classic and Seal, the teams to pick up the chicken dinner, and the Miramars, which were the teams that performed well yesterday as well. So really nice to see that teams have stepped up today, and teams are able to really show that they also they're not out of contention just because they had a bad day.
Indeed, and with more days left here, I feel like the bottom teams right now in the overall standing should not be disheartened. There's still time left to fight and make things interesting. But because even right now, like you said, I think the top 5, top 6 20-point difference from 6 to now that number 1 spot, so they are definitely in that range of striking distance, so anything can happen. And like you said, being in the number 5 spot is definitely not the most comfortable spot to stay, because you are going to be targeted as the day goes on, especially come tomorrow. Teams are going to be picking your spots up, especially due to the fact that majority of the time after you play a couple of maps, where exactly these teams are landing as well. The landing spot of each and every team on each and every map, and you might be targeted as the day goes on if you are among that close to the striking distance of that top 5. You might want to target teams there as well, so it's a very risky place to stay. But what do you think for this last game? Who do you think will win, and who do you want to win is the question.
Who I think will win is, let's see, I actually think it's going to be Seal once again. I think they're going to pick up back-to-back chicken dinners, but who I want to win is actually just Victor Gaming. I want them to just take a silver lining, at the end of this day, the cherry on their cake. Just look towards day 2 and day 1 only for that chicken dinner and think, okay, you know what? Grand Finals week for us is just 2 days. We need to rally back, and they have hope in the likes of TRZ, who pulled off a miraculous day today, in the likes of Gremlin Storm, Bad Intention X as well, on the backs of just Matt playing freaking awesome. So I think Victor Gaming can do it, and even if they can't make the top 5, I want them to try their hardest. So I think a chicken dinner would be nice for them, but honestly, I think this is a team that has just sort of folded under the pressure right now, so I think it's quite unlikely, and which is why I expect Seal to pick up yet another.
Okay, so for me, I think I'm going to stay true, just like you, I want Victor Game to perform, right? This is a team that I absolutely loved watching during the semis as well. I really want them to perform, but that's what my heart says, my mind says. I think SITM will pull off a blinder here. I think they got so close in multiple maps today, but haven't been able to close it out. So I feel like I feel like SITM might, but like you said, it's a tough map. Anything can happen. We might even have B Esports, who absolutely loves this map, by the way. Their best performances, if I'm not mistaken, during the semis also have been on Sanhok. So I feel like, things can get very iffy here in terms of who is going to win. But that initial drop is going to be how we will know who might have the advantage here, and that first ring will tell us where the wind is blowing in terms of who might be able to make it to the top 5, maybe to the top 3, and maybe even take the game in terms of looking at the position that they do take. But you definitely want one of these bottom teams within the the last 4 teams basically to step up and take a win, and maybe prove a point that we are here to play and we are here to fight back. And TRZ proved it today, having a horrible day number 1 and coming back so strong on day number 2. It is definitely possible for these teams to pull it off. But whether they do have enough time is yet to be seen. So whether they can pull off that blind is going to be the question. But the top 5-6 teams, it's a tough fight. And you're safe with your top 5, but do you really want to be among the top 5, or do you want to be the top dog going out of this is the question, because the money is on the line as well. $30,000 in hand to fight for first place, taking home 10,000 as well. It's no small amount. So do you really want to be we qualified at 5th place, or do you want to be the top dogs here walking out is the question. So it's going to be definitely an interesting grand finals here, while the teams battle it out and get focused down as well, while the teams do try to grind their way back into that top 5.
Yeah, 100%. And look, what is especially interesting now is that we're heading towards the last few days of the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia wildcard, and only 5 teams can make it out. Only 5 teams can go through for the final qualification into the PMPL. So teams really gonna have to make their stand starting tomorrow. But hey, better early, because the early bird always gets the worm. So to start off on the final map of day 2 might just be what all those teams need. And we'll have to see. SITM, I think, are in a very awkward spot right now because it's not like they've had bad days, but considering their caliber, considering their dominating performance in semifinals week, they'll definitely not be satisfied with the way these few days have gone. Now, a clear flight path splitting the map in two, favoring slightly the southernmost drops a little more as the people going to Tatmok and SITM going to Camp Alpha will be slightly delayed, but not by too much. As now we're going to see where the circle comes out, and that's going to be the most interesting part. Give us the Camp Alpha circle. Ooh, almost. Close enough.
Almost. I mean, the second ring is going to be the one that is interesting, right? Whether the bridges come into play here and who is going to be camping, these are going to be the question. Especially coming in from Camp Alpha to the main island here is going to be the question whether the ring is going to be favoring. It can still pull towards Camp Alpha, right? So then it becomes a bit of a an iffy situation for the lot of the team. But we'll have to wait and see. But we do have an early engagement here. Gremlin up against who was it? I think Victor Gaming there. Was it Victor Gaming? Yep. Yeah, it is Victor Gaming.
Yep.
Victor Gaming obviously doesn't want to be in this situation. They don't want to get knocked out early. And Gremlin has been on fire today. And Victor Gaming really needs to be careful. But having said that, though, if Victor Gaming can win this stuff that they are in, it's going to give them a lot of confidence going into the rest of the match as well. Bring back the confidence that they have kind of lost with their number 1 and 2 here. And mind you, they do have players like the likes of Gone and Damage who, if they start popping off, they just go absolute ham as well. So it's I really want them to find their momentum, but right now I feel like Victor Gaming, they might have just backed off here. They don't want to take this fight, or rather looking for a better opportunity, maybe a knock before they try and even think about taking the fight.
Yeah, Victor Gaming in a bit of a weird spot right now where their characteristic aggression has been shunned because of their lack of points. They're a bit of a run down in the performance, and they've started playing it a lot more safer, which is unlike Victor Gaming to a large extent. But this early clash, drop clash, might actually give them the opportunity now to make something happen. Now, this is very interesting also because we see Gremlin Storm changing their drop location rather than go to the same spot that they've gone with Seal. They've targeted Victor Gaming specifically, a team that is having a bad run in form. So I like this move from Gremlin Storm, an opportunity to just put salt on the wounds of Victor Gaming and get a few more points for Victor Gaming. They're very comfortable in this aggressive place and they catch one out. Gremlin Storm now suddenly facing the trouble of aggressive Victor Gaming pushing in as Warzone finds steel shot as well. Urka shuts down Rowdy, and just like that, Victor Gaming in a matter of seconds, they've coming close to wiping Gremlin Storm out. Just one man left standing here, and Victor Gaming should be able to make quick work of him. Gremlin Storm, their gamble did not pay off. They tried to target Victor Gaming, and they pay the price.
Indeed, and this is exactly what we want to see from Victor Gaming, to find their fire, and they definitely brought it here, shutting down Gremlin, who thought that they had the upper hand. They are taking the fight against this team that is at the bottom, but Victor Gaming saying things otherwise here and wiping them with quite ease, I must say. They got the first knock, just battled down inside, cleaned up Gremlin within the matter of seconds. They are only getting one of their players knocked in the process as well. In the meantime, things have been quiet across the rest of the map, so it is just the 4 eliminations that we had on Gremlin. Other than that, in terms of what has been happening, there isn't a lot of action. Bootcamp is going to be overlooked by TRZ here, who where inside is going to be Equinox, who is going to be loading up for the time being. Again, they do have their eyes open. They are looking for anyone who will be trying to ride themselves into boot camp to look for pickups here. So we do have a couple of players keeping their eyes out to the hill line here, who takes a little bit of damage. So they know that there is a team that they is looking at them from the hillside here.
Yeah, and interestingly so, it is TRC taking that early fight. A team now that is in our top 3, remember, despite starting the day off in the bottom 4, as compared to a team like Equinox that has been up and down throughout the last few days. They've had great moments, but they've also had inconsistent matches where they drop out without even a few points, and that has resulted in them not having the greatest points inside the table right now, despite being a team that we've continuously seen perform well. It's all about the repeated run of form rather than the small points drop, and Classic have been a team to do exactly that. looking for that top spot right now. Classic is to fight their way back. They're targeting the top dogs themselves. NB Esports right now under a bunch of troubles. Classic looking to move their way in. But NB Esports, they just disengaged, live to fight another day.
Yeah, they did lose one, so definitely deciding to back off here because now NB is actually worried, right? At the start of the day, they had quite a comfortable lead, but we did see the overall standings, and they're just 2 points ahead of, I think it was BIT, was it, who was that second? Oh, no, sorry, Seal, right? So they were just 2 points ahead of Seal at the end of that previous game. So that comfortable lead that they had is completely gone with Seal and sorry, TRZ coming and punching a hole in the lead that they had built. So NB, they cannot take it easy anymore. So they are going to be backing off and try to look for a better fight that they might be able to take, having lost that man to Team Classic here. In the meantime, we haven't. I think there was a couple of shots traded between TRZ and Equinox, but other than that, a lot of these teams are still either rotating into the ring or just looting around and looking for an engagement or a third party that they might be able to take. NB has completely backed off from this and is going to be overlooking for anyone who is going to be trying to push them. So Team Classic might actually not be interested also. I think they are going to be happy with a couple of elimination. Positioning is going to be much more important rather than chasing after teams, especially since you don't want to get third party trying to continuously chase a team, because the longer the chase becomes, the more likely it is that you're going to get third partied by a different squad. So definitely just backing off and resetting. Quite happy with that elimination that they got.
Yeah, 100% right. And look, the interesting part in this map now is that unlike most of our Sanhoks in the last day, this Sanhok has actually had a lot of early fights. Teams aren't slowing down, and it's not necessarily because of the circle, it's because of teams just adapting and being able to push back strong. Now, hey, look at this. Teams quite focused towards the center of the circle now. Bootcamp especially is going to be a crucial area. All of the open compounds all around it. I'm surprised no one has picked up Paradise Resort though yet. I think that is very much a plausible area for the circle to end up at.
And yeah, it does have a lot of good buildings to fight from as well. But right now, focus on bootcamp here, because we have 1952 pushing forward towards bootcamp, and Equinox has been the sole owners of this bootcamp for the time being. But we do have 1952 looking at that area as well. But Team Classic not too far away from them as well, and they do have multiple teams around them. They do have A1 and B below them, as well as NB pushing from the right side. Also, they cannot head towards bootcamp without taking the pressure from all these teams that are going to be coming to the center of the circle. And in the meantime, we are looking at, I think it is BIT in a bit of a scruff against MAKPEN by the looks of it, towards the southeastern side of the map. But no real knocks so far between them, just a bit of a scruff happening there. But the team that is left alone completely has been SITM in Camp Alpha, who has been quite comfortable looting the entire time with zero attention being paid to them so far. Yep, BIT is actually in that fight against MAKPEN. They are trading, but it is just going to be Dylan here, or Matt, who is putting the pressure. Where is the rest of the squad of BIT here? From which angle are they going to be pushing in is going to be the question. They are actually looking to push A1. Oh wow, wait a minute. It is just Matt who is actually taking this fight up against the squad, whereas the rest of the team is actually pushing towards A1 and B there. And in the meantime, MAKPEN is actually in a fight against Stronger Esports as well. So multiple fights breaking out across the board here. So it is, I mean, still not a lot of eliminations or knocks are happening, but we do have this stuff happening across the board. But that next ring is going to be where I feel like the fights are definitely going to break out to the point that we might start losing teams in a very quick manner here. But so far everyone's just happy to stay in their compounds and look for where the next ring is going to be. The teams that are not within the ring are currently rotating in without any sort of pressure or being gate kept as well, because it is quite open. in terms of this first ring, as to where the ring can end as well. I think Nikhil said as well. I think Paradise has not been cleared either, so it has been a long weekend where majority of the players were stacked in. In the meantime, MAKPEN does quite a bit of damage onto Sanhok there. Stronger esports, but not really getting a knock. Again, like I said, a lot of scouts happening here and there, but no real full-on engagements happening or full-on chases happening from any of the squads here.
Look,
But yeah,
everything's starting to look very possible for our dream with Victor Gaming picking up 4 eliminations already, not losing a single member after that early clash. It seems like maybe our dream of seeing that bottom team pull off a victory today, if not a chicken dinner, at least a good map, will pan out for sure. Because it seems like they've gotten themselves into the circle as well. They have a nice compound. And now we'll have to see if fortune can favor the brave and maybe the circle shifts in towards them. On the other hand, SITM still sticking to Camp Alpha. Do they know something we don't? And do they expect this circle to shift in towards the river? Because that would be a crazy circle for sure. And that would not be a circle we would generally expect. And SITM have generally been the team to be able to predict the circle rightfully. So they're not making the move. They're looking to stick to Camp Alpha. Oh my god. Imagine if the circle actually shifts west now.
I mean, for the sake of the rest of the teams, I really hope it does not happen, because SITM is going to be in a god tier spot if that happens. SITM has been really good in predicting the initial circles, but the final spot has kind of eluded them the entire time. But as I say that, we have Victor Gaming, who is going to be running into stronger esports by the looks of it here. Towards Ban here, and this fight is definitely going to be interesting, because whether Victor Gaming can put the pressure onto a team like Stronger Esports, who had a really good day, so they are carrying momentum as well. But in the meantime, we have Team Classic here in a bit of a scuff, and it is still BIT. Who is the Raven? Who is there alone, left alone from his team? I don't see the rest of his teammates anywhere in the vicinity. Wait.
It doesn't seem like they are either. So
I think
Craven's
they
just
might
left
be
all
having
in.
a bird's eye view, I feel like.
Yeah, they're probably in a 3-1 split with Cravens in a forward position, but I don't see them anywhere actually, so we'll find out soon enough, because Craven's gonna get pushed on. He doesn't get spotted out yet. The molly now coming out as Hopeless just gets burnt by his own team instead, and that gives Cravens an opportunity, but he's not able to make it count. Classic, they will pick up an easy elimination, and still no signs of the rest of Bad Intention X.
Wait, what is happening? I mean, he's nowhere. I'm pretty sure he's halfway across the map at this point. Like, I mean, hello? Yeah, you would play the split if your teammates are overlooking your position, right? Like, where you you are far, but you're not. You do have a line of sight to your teammate. But in this situation, the rest of his team is nowhere to be found. But in the meantime, we have Victor Gaming here. I was mentioning that they might run into Stronger Esports here, and it looks like they have spotted each other out, and they are holding each other down for the time being. No real knocks or engagements, but in the meantime, they might. Oh wait, actually, they have picked up another elimination. Has it been not Stronger? Yeah, they have. It has been not strong, because they did run into each other before. I was pretty sure of it, and they have been able to find another elimination. So Victor Gaming off to a very solid start. And I think our dream might become a reality if they keep building up momentum like this.
100%, and it's something that I definitely want to see happen. I want to see Victor Gaming find that momentum that we know they have. But hey, Classic as well have been a team that have looked damn strong throughout, not just today, but yesterday, and they look like they're continuing their run. 3 eliminations already picked up, a great spot in the circle as well. And I'm curious to see where this circle shift actually happened, because I see all is Stronger moving towards the left, so feels like a western shift to me, and maybe, just maybe, SITM was right. Oh, barely so. Still a portion of Camp Alpha included, and SITM could make their way to that small island in the middle of the river and look to fight from there, because a lot of teams right now stuck on the coast. But I must say, my favorite position in this circle has to be Boot Camp. Not specifically Boot Camp, but rather those compounds towards the north of Boot Camp, and 1952 might pick that up.
Yeah, they have been hovering around the area from the start, and they have been, quite comfortable in staying out as well. I mean, they could have pushed Equinox at any point because they did have quite a good idea of where everyone was at. But SITM in the meantime, they're not looking to move towards that island. They are going to be moving us to the southern side and maybe looking to cross the river. They need to be obviously careful of anyone, trying camping this. But it looks like no one is around the area to camp this. So SITM is going to be able to get across. So they are going to be the team who will look to get a spot inside boot camp or maybe even push up the compounds, which, like you said, to the northern side. In the meantime, we have a grenade going through to kill or rather knock a player on A1 and B there. But no eliminations are coming through as of yet. Equinox is going to get pressured by TRZ, a squad that has had an absolutely brilliant day throughout all the matches that they have played. And in the meantime, Team Classic is going to get pressured by 1952 as well. Equinox will get a knock on to Team Classic as well. So Team Classic taking pressure from multiple angles, and even A1 and B are looking to put pressure. He's got Hitman is getting hit in the back there. I think it was, who was it actually? I think it was NB Esports, maybe.
Yeah, I think it was NB Esports as well. I'm not too sure. We'll find out soon enough. Classic under pressure right now. So is A1 and B. And these teams are going to have to take it slow. As you can see, A1 and B in a great spot, but split up in their manpower. So they're trying to regroup now towards this compound. While MAKPEN being sneaky snakes, moving up the cliff in this moment of chaos that they've caused. Using this time very, very well. But it's easier. It's so much easier for A1 and B just to reset, recalibrate, and hold on to their high ground. So it's A1 and B in the better spot. But MAKPEN, maybe they can use surprise to their advantage.
Yeah, A1NB also needs to worry about the back as well, because Victor Gaming is around the area and you don't want to get caught out alone here. So MAKPEN in the meantime, inching closer and closer. A couple of nades been thrown to pressure A1NB back here, and they are trying to claim this high ground for themselves. But again, this is what's going to happen, because Victor Game is going to be looking at all of this, and it's looking to third party when the opportunity presents itself. But for the time being, they are going to be quite happy sitting back and watching what is going to be unfolding. We want to have a look at what the map is going to be like as well. I think the ring did close through, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't think we got a good idea what the ring does look like after it did close. But other than that, we still do have A1 and B, MAKPEN, Victor Gaming, everyone in this vicinity looking to take a fight. Who is going to come out on top is going to be the question. Victor Gaming though needs to be careful, but because they might actually get backstabbed there. We do have a player from A1 and B in one of those compounds there at the very far end, who will be able to backstab if there is a fight that is happening. But in the meantime, we do have TRZ. Team B is going to be pressuring, B Esports rather, is going to be pressuring TRZ, who does lose a man there. Man down on the side, and elimination point picked up for them. In the meantime, MAKPEN looking to rotate very close to the edge of the circle as well. They might be running into Seal as well. Victor Gaming behind them also. They might get pinched here. They need to be careful because A1 B1 as well as 1965 is below them. So it's going to be a tough one for them.
Yeah,
I'm supposed to take at least one fight.
Yeah, definitely. And we can see mechanical talent in display on this replay. MAKPEN, like you said, they're going to be forced into a situation where they have to make the proactive move. They are to survive, and they set up the vehicles, might just go for a drive-by as MAKPEN looking to secure their spot in the circle while still gatekeep all of those teams towards the eastern edge. Momo making sure they don't get flanked as the rest of the MAKPEN try to move in, but they're in a lot of trouble with Victor Gaming as well as A1 and B, I believe, trying to make their way in. Now MAKPEN, they've got one player down in Victor Gaming, moving in for the kill. 6 eliminations strong, this team. Possibly us what we wanted with that victory, but he's taken down. It's a 1-for-1 trade though, and a trade Victor Gaming will be happy to take because they're able to pick up the rock for cover, bring Urkas back on his feet, and now contend with A1 and B. Victor Gaming looking to hold on. They've dealt with MAKPEN, potentially eliminating A1NB as well, picking up a lot of elimination points for under that simultaneous pressure. They do eventually collapse, and it's A1NB to clean all of it up. Victor Gaming gone, MAKPEN gone, A1NB emerge victorious. Their patience pays off.
Yeah, again, I think we mentioned this as well. The squad that is going to third party that fight is just going to come out on top, and they did make quick work of that. In the meantime, we did have Bad Intention X getting knocked out as well. We have MAKPEN going out. SITM in a little bit of a trophy against TRZ. Equinox in a fight up against Astra Esports as well. TRZ taking that, taking Desert down and getting the elimination onto Dobu as well. SITM in a whole lot of trouble here. In this fight up against TRZ. TRZ yet again making their way into the field here. Just be careful pushing forward, gets the knock onto Desert as well, and that's the elimination coming through for SITM. Oh, the fight, the shotgun coming out, but it's not going to be good enough with Rarex from TRZ eliminating SITM in a quick fashion. I think we got all 3 eliminations there as well.
Yeah, great spot right now for Equinox as they're comfortably made their way into the circle with 11 teams left. They know the fights are popping off and Seal under a lot of pressure. 1952 though, well, they started off in the circle looking strong. With the drastic shift that it has taken, they find themselves quite a way away and in open land. At any moment they might get shot down, but for now they have luck in their side as NB Esports A1NB shown the exit. NB Esports under a lot of trouble, and Seal as well. It's classic against all of this, just holding on to their might, and just like that, 952, they spotted out. This is what I meant, the open line, just putting them in a bad position. But it's just one player taken down, the rest of the squad survives, as instead NB Esports in that open line instantly denied. Now Roller playing that healing battle, takes a couple of shots and wants to pick up the elimination on C-Vine, but he's not able to do that. Still able to do a lot of damage and has enough healing here to try and pick him off. Spots out C-Vine right there. Finishes him off. No, barely misses. And just like that, C-Vine with the dancing shoes on, he's able to escape, but not for long. Stronger, making sure that if they're not able to pick up the win, neither will 1952. Rolla does a bunch of damage before heading into his grave.
Yeah, and Equinox in a very solid position here, as well as Classic, Team Classic here. They do have the numbers to try and close this out. So 1952 eliminated, down to the last 6 teams here, and we do have a boot camp circle. Basically it is to the northwestern part of boot camp right now that the circle has pushed. Seal in a bit of trouble here, down to the last man. It's going to be Sancha who is going to be the only one. He is in a bit of a heal duel here without really pushing, because he does know that there is a squad right in front. In the meantime, Team Astra is going to be eliminated as well, down to the last 5 teams. Team Classic throws out a grenade here, might have an idea that one of the players are there. OPX fantastic does die out to the ring and will get eliminated. So that's down to the last 4 and 10 players. Equinox in a really good position, taking out the only team that has is going to be giving them trouble, and that is going to be Team Classic. And now Team Equinox are prepped and ready to claim this chicken dinner. TRZ down to the last 2, Seal down to the last man. Equinox looking to clean things up. Can they do it? Is going to be the question. Do they have an idea where these players are at? One player is actually moving through the ring right now. That is going to be the player from Team Seal there. So it is just going to be Team TRZ within the ring that they have to fight, while oh, we do have the first knock going. That's going to be Mad Cat getting taken out here, down to the last man on the side of TRZ. This is Equinox's game to win. TRZ running away, trying to go back into the zone to try and heal out. And this is going to be an interesting one, because who is going to die to the ring first is going to be the question, because we do have Team Seal also healing up outside the ring. Gets off another med pack off, and in the meantime they do clean up TRZ down to the last man. So Team Seal will claim that 2nd place, but it is going to be Team Equinox with the winner chicken dinner to close out day number 2 of the grand final.
And we were just talking about how Equinox have had a bit of a roller coaster ride, lost their spot in the top 5, and despite having some great performances, and they use Sanhok to its fullest advantage, pull off a chicken dinner and once again keep themselves alive in the fight for that top 5. So brilliantly done by Equinox in that regard. And I love the fact that we ended this day with the winner chicken dinner making competition even closer as compared to one of like NB Esports or Bad Intention. A team already in the top 5 picking up a chicken dinner would have made things harder for the teams to catch up. So beautifully done, and this sets us up very, very well for day 3, I must say, Tarun.
Indeed, I think this is exactly what we wanted. We wanted the teams to fight. But let's take a look at this post-match 12 team stats here. Kage GG with 2 elements and Twist with 2 as well. Kasek with 1 and Ligro with 1 as well. A very even team performance. Not a lot of elimination points, but I think it is good enough for them to, keep them in the fight. For this top spot. And Victor Gaming was, I saw that fire coming in from them. Victor Gaming with that 8 eliminations, 1,203 damage as well as 3 assists to boot as well. But Equinox with, those long range fight, they held boot camp from the start and the ring ended up ending there as well. They were prepped to win from the start, from the get-go rather. But in the meantime, post-match comparison between the two top players, Kage GG versus Warzone, 5 eliminations to 2, 512 damage to 325, with damage received being on Kage GG, with 4 knockouts for Warzone, as well as a survival time going in favor of Kage GG here with 23-14. But again, Warzone is a player on the side of Victor Gaming that we didn't see a lot in the semifinals. It was God and Damage who was doing the deep, so it is really good to see another player from Victor Gaming really stepping up here. But let's have a look at the match summary to see how everything looks like. Here we have Warzone claiming the highest elimination, Kasek here with the highest damage with 618, and again highest assist going in his favor as well. Opportunistic, who was outside the ring for the longest time with the highest healing done with Warzone, again with the most number of knockouts. I won't be surprised if he ends up being MVP as well. But let's have a look at who the MVP for the last match of the day is going to be, and it is going to be Warzone, and what a performance he has had. With 5 eliminations, 512 damage and survival time of 19 minutes, claims the MVP for match number 12. What a performance from this man.
Yeah, and very, very well done. I'd say props to be given to Warzone. It's exactly the kind of performance his team needed to make them believe, to give them hope, and he does exactly that. He gives them the hope and lets them live to fight yet another day, specifically the last 2 days now. Well, I really want to see Damage as well step up from Victor Gaming, and maybe they'll be able to make that miracle run with the way OPX did in the semi-finals. Before now, most definitely, I think Victor Gaming, while they've shown glimmers of hope, they need to do this consistently to have any going into day 3 or specifically day 4.
Yeah, they have 2 days left to make their mark here and to try and take the fight here. But looking at this highlight, we had some really crazy fights going on. Here it was Victor Gaming here. They did take out, I think it was Gremlin to start things off, and then was in another fight and got hurt by the fight. Equinox though to close things off. They had the position from the get-go, held it down, and they made sure that they closed it out with a win to end things up for day number 2 here. Seal, of course, they had a really good day today as well. A very consistent performance, a very consistently performing team, I must say, across the board. And alongside teams like SITM, Team Classic, and even NB Esports, who has consistently managed to get points to make sure that they stay among the top 5 in this grand finals. But in the meantime, we do have Team Equinox who did win that last game. But let's have a look at the damage graph here.
Yeah, and in terms of the damage, Equinox leading the charts, most definitely so. But the standout performers have to be Classic and Victor Gaming. Classic for their consistency and Victor Gaming for their redemption. Seal as well, not too bad. They pick up 5 eliminations and TRZ with 7 each. So in the top 5 in terms of damage, we're seeing already 3 teams that are in the top 5 of the main standings, right? So it shows that that consistency is paying off. But look towards the bottom, man. Bad Intention X early eliminated, SITM early eliminated, NB Esports early eliminated. All teams at the very top.
Yeah, again, I think it goes back to these teams being focused down, but look who managed to still stay at top. It's going to be Seal Esports and TRZ. But today's final game was all about Equinox with 6 eliminations and 21 total points to take that #1 spot for match number 12, with Seal Esports coming in close behind. But let's take a look at the overall standings for day number 2. At the end of day number 2, it is Strong Esports losing out on a couple of positions, even though they did manage to get 2 chicken dinners. Astra Esports moving up 1 place, Gremlin moving down a place, even though they did have quite a decent day today, but they have moved down after that match number 12. But let's take a look at the all-important top 8 here, who has taken the #1 spot, and it is going to be Seal grabbing that spot back from NB Esports, who held it with a very comfortable lead at the beginning of day number 2. But Seal, with their performance today, grabbing a chicken dinner as well. 139 points, a 10-point lead over NB Esports. TRZ getting to that 3rd spot, and what a climb that they have from the bottom 4 to top 3 with 125. Team Classic moving up another place here with 114 points, and Bad Intention X bit here dropping a point against SITM, I think, who moved actually no, sorry, I think Team Classic moved above them, so that is why Bad Intention X has actually moved down. Equinox also moving up a couple of places and getting that #8 place, but the fight again still lies within that top 6, or rather now top 5 rather now, because I think that now the lead that Team Seal has managed to build is quite significant.
I mean, that's what we thought for NB Esports yesterday, and then they had a bad day today, and it looks like they might also be in trouble. But Kenoxy, he had a phenomenal day, and so did Classic, and he's going to end day 2 with #1 on the top performer spot. Fizzboy, not too bad today, but definitely not up to the mark that he was able to pull off yesterday, and I think that's more of a team thing rather than a Fizzboy thing, so very much deserves it. But players to look out for, I think, definitely are Rogue and Dylan and 90 Degree, because Rogue, of course, has been consistently performing for the last 2 days. Matt, we know him to be a top performer from semi-finals as well. And 90 Degree has really turned up to propel TRZ from the bottom 4 to all the way in contention now for the top 5 instead.
Yeah, I think 90 Degree was a vital part of TRZ's performance today. It was very dominant from them. But let's take a look at the recap for day number 2. It was Strong Esports with double chicken dinners coming out, and Team Classic also claiming one, with TRZ having a very even performance across all 6 maps, but grabbing that chicken dinner in Erangel map number 2 for the day as well. Team Seal also very strong performance throughout the entire day, grabbing a chicken dinner in Miramar. But that Sanhok was the doozy there. Equinox picking that up. They had a very good start for the map, and they ended up on a high at the end of day number 2. But overall damage here, it looks absolutely insane. 2,216 from it was Strong Esports. But for tomorrow, more exciting PUBG Mobile coming our way with the grand finals underway. Day number 3 for grand finals, starting at 6 p.m. EST here on Erangel, and all the way through to finish off with Sanhok. Each map being played twice. It's going to be an exciting day number 3.
Most definitely, man. It's going to be one that I particularly want to see which team and where they're able to find that form. Like we saw TRZ earlier today, just really step it up. They went back after they won. They went to the drawing board, did their homework, and they were able to find themselves in the mojo today. Day 3, it's all about the redemptions. It always has been. It's about starting your Cinderella story, and that's where Victor Gaming, hey, they had a decent game. Just in the last one towards Sanhok, maybe they can do it once again. But all in all, I think that top 5 battle is where we're gonna all have our eyes on. SITM particularly, because they're still in the top 5 spot, but just 2 points away from Bad Intention, and in a very shaky situation right now, Tarun.
Indeed, I think SITM, I don't think they expected themselves to be in this position. They wanted to be the top dogs here, and now they're in like this tricky situation where, are we going to be in the top 5 or not, So they do have a bit of work cut out for them coming into the last couple of days for the grand finals, but it's definitely going to be an interesting couple of days left here in the grand finals, and I really do want to see a Cinderella story, just like you said. It's definitely going to be an interesting one if they do pull it off, if one of the teams pull it off rather. But to see all of that, you guys we'll have to wait and see tomorrow and day after. But just before we do head out, a massive shout out to everyone who was watching. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Make sure to keep supporting your favorite teams and your favorite players as the grand final goes on. We have 2 more days left. Thank you so much to the production team behind the scenes as well for capturing all those lovely moments. And of course, thank you Nikhil, as well as RZ, as well as Chaser, who wasn't there today with us, but who has been casting alongside. I mean, everyone has been doing such a wonderful job. Thank you so much, guys. But until we all see you all again next time, it's going to be me, Tara, and Nikhil both signing off. Catch you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.